Welcome to the Imperial 80s. It's time for Wall Street.
Let's
52
do
episodes
it.
to get us to this point, Mtume.
I know. I don't know if we've been running from it or there's just too much of a backlog of really terrible ideological movies before we got to this one. And it's funny because this is our first Michael Douglas too.
That's true. I didn't even think about that.
So yeah,
Yeah,
we still
not
have to do Fatal Attraction, which is the year after this, or the year before. I can't remember. I think it's the year after, or maybe the same year. I can't remember. Someone in the chat can say. And then this is definitely the film that launches him, and we'll talk about it. But yeah, I don't know. It's took us a while to get here, but we are here with the brokers.
we are here.
Our favorite
The,
people in New York.
the investment bankers, the brokers are the lowly
Yeah, exactly.
peons within the
Yeah. With the investment bankers, right? We're the low people, We're trying to get out the boiler room. Wink wink. We'll talk about that shit in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I look forward to this one. I mean, I guess as far as my own recollection of this movie, I do remember I didn't see it in the 80s, but I remember it as a topic of conversation in the 80s, growing up very much. I saw it in the early 90s at some point. But and of course we'll talk about it throughout this, but Gordon Gekko is just like he's a perfect kind of distillation. I mean, it's almost too on the nose, right? And we'll talk about some of the way that this like some of the dialogue and stuff when you're listening to it. I mean, like it's like, all right, Oliver Stone. Like
Edgy.
But yeah, exactly. But it was big, and I mean, it's funny. I don't remember it as a critique at all. I mean, rewatching it, I can see that it has a very mild critique. And we'll talk about like what ends up happening and why it is not in any way even close to radical at all. It actually is like, it's like, yay, neoliberalism.
Right.
But it's, the thing that resonated from this film was absolutely Gordon Gekko. And it didn't, I was never, I never had that aspiration myself. I never had a phase of like, I want to be an investment banker or work on Wall Street or any of that kind of stuff. But I did know a lot of people who were, including folks, within my family and extended family.
Can I ask you a question, Jared?
Mhm.
Where you grew up, was there any attraction to this kind of like person? Like, did you meet people who were like into the geckos or into the Bud Foxes? No.
No. I mean, it's so far removed from like Southern Oregon. I mean, most of my friends' parents growing up would have been a lot like Carl Fox in a certain way. Like they might have had actually more reactionary or right-wing politics, but they would have been, they were in like logging unions and things like that, right? So like the idea that somebody could buy up their company and liquidate it and they could all lose their jobs, like that was more close to the reality. And I mean, just New York is such a I don't think that I knew anybody when I was growing up who had ever been to New York. Like when I was a kid, you know what I mean? Like among my friends and like their family members and stuff like that. Like even I'm trying to even think of like people who would go on like a vacation or a trip or whatever. But in the 80s and the early 90s, New York was really not even like a tourist destination in the same way that it is now. I don't feel like. And
No one wanted to go to New
so
York in the 80s, man. In the
yeah,
early
right. They
90s.
would be
No
like,
one wanted to go to that fucked up city, man.
people would go to LA, you know, and they would go to like Disneyland, and the really big thing was like someone went to Florida and went to Disney World and, you know, stuff like that. But it wasn't like, oh, I want to go see Times Square, right? Because Times Square back then was just like seedy movie theaters and, you know, all kinds of shit. So,
You know, we saw it in Big, right?
yeah.
Last week.
Yeah, so no, I mean, not really. I don't remember. I'm sure there were like one or two people who were motivated that way. I did have a friend who I went to high school with who got into like private equity down in like the Bay Area, you know what I mean? And that was more associated with like Silicon Valley and that kind of stuff, but it is, you know, he probably had a little bit of it. But yeah, it was not that way. I did encounter it, like I said to you before we started, of I moved to New York in 2005, and I don't know that I mean, I also in college, like a lot of like becoming in it the one of the big jobs that people looked to try to get into out of my college was to be an investment banker. And Lehman Brothers in particular had a relationship with my college. And so that was like the thing that the kids who wanted to be high earners straight out of college, that's what they were trying to do, was get some kind of job at Lehman and start there. So I definitely encountered it there, and it was like real prep school kids that were into that stuff, kids who had gone to like private high schools as well, which was a world I didn't really encounter that much until I got there. But also then when I moved to New York, you know, as a combination, I think, of like hip hop and Scarface, which we've already covered, and all of this, but also this movie, and it kind of just blends together in this way of just we have to figure out a way to make money. Like there always has to be a scheme. Like the the idea of scheming to try to figure out like we're gonna throw a party, we're gonna rent a rooftop, we're gonna charge this. We're get like I had, you know, my roommates and my buddies, right, that were always kind of trying to do that. Like, you know, get a few ounces of this and flip it, like just this mentality of like you're one or two schemes away from like really just having like Gordon Gecko money or something like that. I don't know, but yeah, that's when I encountered it for like in a big way. But yeah, I watched it. I remember watching it, and um you know, I don't I it like, I'm trying to think of how I felt about it when I saw it, and it honestly wasn't that memorable other than just remembering Gordon Gekko, the character. It's not a movie that I watched growing up where I was like, "Yeah, I need to see this," or "This is good," or "This is you know, I thought it was a good movie, better than I think it is now, for sure. I remember when I saw it as a teen or whatever, thinking like, "Oh, that's a well done movie," and I think a lot of it is probably, Michael Douglas's acting, because I think he does play it pretty well. Sheen is terrible. I mean, we've watched a few of his movies now, and he's just so bad.
This is the thing that Charlie Sheen has to do whenever you can't. He always has to go forward when he's really being solid, and it's so annoying. He's a really bad actor. But no one is worse than Daryl Hannah in this movie. But I also don't blame her totally. I don't think she wanted to do it. So we'll talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, so this is true. Saul Williams, of course, like has a song about this, or like a spoken word piece over music. It was also, I think, the area where enslaved people were sold in New York as well, right? That was the market. And so yeah, it has a very colonial history. And yeah, I mean, we will get into that because I mean, a lot of this movie is just straight up like a very, you know, I mean, it's an interesting movie because obviously there are these critiques of capitalism within it, not like not posing an alternative to it. Um, but you know, the kind of colonial logics and stuff like that are deeply embedded in this film too. But yeah.
Yeah. Um. So yeah, kind of like Jay's alluding to, like growing up in New York, you kind of couldn't escape this movie to a certain degree. And then my own particular existence. So my dad worked in the hotel business for a long time before he went to go work for the Palladium. Right around the time this movie came out, actually, maybe a little bit before, like 84, he goes to work for the Palladium. So my dad was always kind of in that, like, sub low level approaching middle class managerial kind of position. So people in things like finance and money, mostly this is through entertainment, he would like be able to kind of like see some of that stuff, at least for that part of his life for a while. My dad liked this movie because I think it provided for my father, and we'll talk about it, uh uh a way to still believe in capitalism but be critical of it, because the white people are being excessive and they're just out of hand. And he liked that movie, though it took him to the second movie to come out where he admitted to me that he did like Gordon Gekko, that he was attracted to him in a particular way. And Michael Douglas, he was like, that shit's cold. He would say, I'll be like, see, I told him, I was like, see, you see, they got you. Right. And then like, yeah, so like my dad would watch it. It would come on. I think we had like a VHS recorded copy. I wasn't really into it because like it didn't really make sense to me. Right. Like, and there wasn't, I guess, there wasn't no flying kicks or anything like that. So, I needed some Van Damme. You know what I'm
Totally.
saying? I needed a flying kick. And, Michael Douglas wasn't doing that. When I became a teenager, though, this movie, and I think with hip hop, and I was really anti the bling shit very early. But at the same time, this is like a retrospective critique of myself, I kind of kid myself to think that like Wu and Nas and them were like not about money. They were also about money in their own way, right? Just in a more, I don't know, egalitarian, quote unquote, whatever it was. I don't know. We could talk about that another time, right? But they had a way that they would use that kind of iconography. And I had friends who did. And when I was in high school, you began to see, as people were starting to kind of carve out like the dreams of the future, people like me, I was going to go into the arts, but that I had homies who were like, I'm going into finance. Because the other part of it is like some other movies come around. So Glenn Ross comes out in the 90s, a movie that I don't like David Mamet. I do think that's, if there's a work of his that is really good, it's that one. But Mamet is rife with conservative problems. It's funny when he says he wrote that, he said he was trying to be a leftist, but he really wasn't. It's like he's a fucking, when we get to Imperial 90s, we'll definitely do that. Right? I think it's very interesting to talk about that. And then you get to like the Boiler Room era. And maybe remember that movie Boiler Room, where they actually watch Gekko and they watch scenes of what's his name, Alec Baldwin and Glenn Ross. I had homies who did that shit. They would watch Gekko scenes. They would watch, and they're going into things like banking, real estate. Real estate became the big one. Everyone I knew, and a lot of that, I mean, I think the chat will probably understand this. It's class stuff. They couldn't afford college. Maybe they tried junior college or a community college for a couple of years and they didn't want to do it. And you can get a real estate license very quickly. You take the thing, you go in, and then you're going to become a real estate mogul. You're going to flip houses. And, shout out to Dr. Jared Ball, who does all that stuff brilliantly, critiquing that with the Black capitalism. So I was seeing that very, very early. What was interesting, and the other big thing, and I don't know if you encountered this, Jared, at all, was the network marketing era. Did you encounter that at all? Like when pyramid schemes became bad, but network marketing was the shit like ACN, I had homies who got into that, and these were all the homies who were saying, I'm going to become a Gordon Gekko. I'm going to become these kinds of people, right? So forth and so on. And that's where I broke. That's where I was like, I don't know. Who's this Marx guy I keep hearing about? Let me go read this dude. Huey Newton likes him. Yeah, I'm going to go read Marx because this shit is weird. And I did think Wall Street was kind of like a critique of that. But I'm with you, Jay. It never, even when I watched as a teenager, it never satiated my critique of anything, right? The thing that ended up happening though is I ended up seeing it maybe my mid to late 20s. I watched it with a friend, and I said, this movie's bullshit. I said, this movie's fucking bullshit, dude. And I was like, there's no, because I knew enough about Capital, and I was like, what is this movie about? I don't really get what's happening here, right? Like, okay, the white dudes get like they're being excessive and all that type of shit, and like other shit. Like, yeah, I mean, I could go on for a while. Like, I have friends who went to fucking school with people like Martin Shkreli. People remember Martin Shkreli, the farmer boy. Remember him? Right.
He
And
has. He still hasn't released that Wu-Tang album that he bought.
I know, but I think they took it from him. I don't know if he got it back. I don't know if he got retrieved, but it was one of the things that they like one of the things that they actually took when they seized his assets. So that Wu-Tang album is sitting in a federal locker somewhere. It's fucking hilarious. But like, I don't know, man. It was, I think that was the other thing, because they all liked it. I smelled bullshit on the movie. All these people that I knew, at least immediately, because I know so many people who I grew up with who were aspiring various levels of finance capital people, and most of them. And that was the other thing. Like, I go hang out in New York. Like, I hated downtown. I hated Wall Street. When I would go downtown for whatever reason, I hated those bars. I walked up into those places. Like, I couldn't stand it. So like, this movie just had that stench, and it wasn't, I don't know, like, I wanted to see Bud Fox jump out of a window. Like, if that's not what's happening, if Gecko is not like, just getting trounced by the people he expropriated, I'm good. This movie's fucking is corny. Like, it don't do enough to like show like, fuck these people. Like, okay, cool. They're excessive. Tell me some shit I don't know about the rich.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we could talk a little bit about some of the things that were going on at the time in the 80s. Obviously, this is a big period of, I mean, one, like, there's good books like The Ungovernable Society by Shama Yu, which really talk about like 1970 and the ruling class responding to labor and thinking about neoliberalism as a management strategy and managing the contradictions of capital, basically. And the whole, everybody knows or should know, like, deindustrialization, right? Like, they take a lot of the industrial base out of the United States and they move it around the world. This is also what the right critiques, right, as globalization. um you have all these free trade agreements, all this setting up of different industries in places where they can get the labor more cheaply, and then they can always use the threat of, if you unionize, if you engage in redistributive politics, if they use things like the IMF and the World Bank, right, to go after the policies of these countries, to say, if you have a redistributive state, like, you can't get these loans, and so on and so forth, right? All these things, free trade centers, all these things. So all of that is going on in the 70s, and in particular in the 80s. It's really, picks up steam under Reagan and Thatcher. And so this movie does speak to that moment in a certain kind of way, but it does so in a very um in a shitty way also. Like one of the things that we'll talk about, because it doesn't actually deal with the ruling class at all. Like everything is at this level of what markets are doing and what investors are doing, right? And so there's no ideology that's expressed, and no it is just sort of like this, like Gordon Gekko is the unseen hand of the free market, basically, right? Like it is just sort of like this is allowing the market to
Mm,
do what it does, right? And it's not talked about as a political project or an attack on the left or any of that kind of stuff. And so but those things are going on. The other thing that's going on, which I think more heavily influences this, Oliver Stone's father is a stockbroker, right? He dedicates this film to him. And I think it's better to read this film as like old stockbroker who did it the right way versus this new generation
mhm,
of investment banking and insider trading. And there were a couple of very large insider trading scandals in the 80s that blew up, that also influenced this film. And Gecko is a composite of these different people, including somebody who's a friend of Oliver Stone's, who I think is what Bud Fox is more based on, who got convicted as part of an insider trading scheme, right? And so it's much more of a movie that's about this kind of like elite, um, I guess petty bourgeois, approximate to extreme wealth kind of New York group of people, and some of the stuff that goes on between them. And the book Den of Thieves which is not the
mm,
same as the movie,
mhm.
um, is a book that's about the insiders trading scandals of the
My
same
dad
period.
read that book.
Yeah. And
Mhm,
it was a number one bestseller in the
mhm.
80s. It came out, I think, the year before this movie, same period. So this was something also that was going on, and it's somewhat of a more minor version of like the Bernie Madoff stuff that came up around us. And then of course we had the big crash in, what was that, 08. um so it's a much more minor kind of period in it, and it's kind of a commentary similar in some ways to right now, of this commentary when you have somebody like Reagan or somebody like Trump who wants to relax things and like go in this more unregulated fashion of like the kind of, it's a moral, um what would you call it, like a morality tale about like how do these things can go and lead people astray. And yeah, there's some stuff in it, we'll deal with some of it, but it's more about that kind of like wealthy morality question stuff than it is about anything radical. And so the critique is going to be very shallow ultimately, even if there are some lines in it that people on the left can point to and say, oh, see, he's talking about the 1% and how much they own, and all of that.
Yeah, so I said it last week. I had just reread Michael Parenti's Inventing Reality, and that was actually, I think, a very opportune book to read, because that book was finished, I believe, in '88. And he doesn't talk about this film specifically at all. He doesn't really cover film. He mostly covers news media. But what he talks about is where capital was at that moment was in these like really superficial self critiques, um, where it would do two things. It would, one, make the primary contradiction of capitalism about the excess of particular people within it, right? They would obfuscate class. Like, class would never be really talked about. It wouldn't even really be social relations. It would just be greed, essentially, right? Like, there's greedy people and they're robbing others. So it's kind of like reduced to a conversation of like someone stealing your wallet, right? That's like really the equivalent of what Gordon Gekko does. It's like petty theft versus corporate theft is like, you know, a higher level of petty theft rather than any kind of structural social relations, surplus value extraction, all the shit you learn, you know, about capitalism is a real, like, you know. The other thing was, he said the other thing it would, and I think this is really important, is that it would allow liberalism to seem like the best critique system. Because what would happen? You make a movie like Wall Street, or you publish a story like a critique, or write a book like Den of Thieves, and then you get a couple of like people from the capitalist class or the petty bourgeois class. Oh, it's a caricature. We're not really like that. Yes, we know bad things happen. So it would seem like these people like Oliver Stone were actually like the lions of truth. And I think that's a big thing for people maybe who are like a little younger or who don't remember the period. Stone really, with this movie, through JFK to all this stuff, this is like the beginning of his, like, he is the truth teller era. Like, he's the guy who's giving you the real shit about America. And this movie was marketed in that way, that he was going to like be the face value person. This is what another Parenti thing, to like the bullshit of the idea of face value, that I think is like a really good critique. And that's like I think a really important way to also situate the film, because it was seen as like this big truthful expose of the degraded New York finance capital rich, right? And you know, it's bullshit. It's really Page Six, to be honest with you. It's like a Page Six movie, really. That's really, you get it on the post and you find out Gecko cheats with his wife with an art dealer. He did a bet. He tried to screw over a British businessman with more money than him, and he got some stockbroker to basically break into places and steal information. Woo! It's Page Six, right? We got it. Yeah. Ha! Lifestyles of the rich and shameless, shit like that, right? So, but yeah, I mean, this is kind of where Stone gets situated. I guess we could go right back into the making of it a little bit from here. So yeah, like, I think what Jay is saying is really real about I agree with that, like, about his dad and the friend, because like it is very obtuse. Like, Stone makes this right after Platoon is finished. So like he finishes Platoon. He wanted to do a film about the quiz show scandals. It was interesting. I didn't know that, but he said he couldn't really find a way to make that work. So he kind of like danced around, and then he had a friend. I think it was a college. I don't know if it was a college friend. No, it was a film school friend, and they were doing research on various things. And they kind of, because of the stuff with his father, they get interested in looking at things like capitalism, not capitalism, but more like finance capital stuff, like stock trading, junk bonds, corporate stuff. They end up looking through all that stuff. They would like study it, quote unquote, study these things, and they would come up with it. The guy who wrote with him is a guy named Stanley Weiser. And it's interesting. This part I didn't know. The original Bud Fox was actually supposed to be Jewish. And he didn't want to do it because he didn't want to get into a narrative of like Jews owning the stock market and owning money. So he changed him to I think his name it was Freddie Goldsmith was supposed to be his name, right? Like no subtlety at all, right there. And now the Gordon Gekko creation is interesting to me because, and this is my opinion, yes, he's a composite of like these several people, but when you look at the composite, it's more so of a composite just of the kind of deals and the things that they worked with. Attitudinal, he's very much a creation of movies. Like, I think it's really important to situate that Gordon Gekko isn't real. And the reason why I think that's important is because, and I had this conversation with a friend yesterday, is that you have to think about Hollywood creating a kind of caricature that ends up becoming the archetype that people follow after. This is not to suggest that there aren't people out doing dirty deals, who aren't having people break in to get insider trading information. of course, all that shit happens. But the kind of gravitas and the qualitative nature of is a function of first cinema. It is a first cinema creation. I mean, Douglas admits it. They say the voice comes from Oliver Stone's talking at times, right? One of the producers said there really wasn't one, but then we grabbed a bunch of people. It's probably more like this guy. In a way, they're just kind of drawing at straws. Yes, there's a lot of guys that they thinking, but it had to do with the people they were studying in terms of like the business deals that they did and the kind of things that they kind of came up with. But I think it's important to situate that Gecko is a figment largely of a movie magic creation, a camera obscura. Pat Riley, definitely that Pat Riley hair. I mean, even the shoulders, like there's like one scene with Gecko, like he has the Riley shoulders, like this totally there. It's totally, you could do a side by side somewhere, you could totally see it. But he's a composite of like all these little accoutrements that are big of the 80s, but he ends up becoming followed. So what we were talking about earlier of like all these people that I know were following Gecko, I'm like, you're following something that's not real. You're following a figment, right? So that's one thing. How Douglas got to it is really interesting. And I think we actually have to talk a little bit about Michael Douglas before we do that. So
Please do.
So obviously, the first thing is we all know Mike Douglas. I mean, I guess you would say more famous father. Would Kirk be? It's hard to say, right? Kirk Douglas, right?
Certainly at the time that this comes out, he was more famous. Yeah.
Kirk Douglas. I mean, and you would say landmark in terms of like landmark actor, right? You know, someone of like a big Hollywood, influence. Kirk Douglas is an interesting guy that we would talk in many ways about. I mean, many people maybe don't know this, is that Kirk Douglas is he was born in Amsterdam, New York, but his parents are Russian Jews. His name was not originally Kirk Douglas. It is Isur Danyolovich. This is his actual real name. He had another, I think, what was his other growing up name? It was something, he had like another name when he was growing up. Izzy Dembski, right? I mean, there's a way that Kirk Douglas is a lot like, I know Jared Ball has covered a lot of this type of stuff about assimilation, Jews who come over and like their kind of assimilation process. He did not grow up in a Jewish cultural, like he grew up he spoke Yiddish growing up, but he didn't grow up in a religious Jewish home. He has like an interesting relationship to Judaism as well, Kirk Douglas. So in the 50s, he actually does shoot the very first film that's made in Israel. What is the name of it? Is it The Baker? I can't remember the name of the movie. Hold on. I forget the name of the movie. It's not that important, but he does shoot the first film and he shoots two of them. Right. And Douglas has this Kirk has this very like a strange relationship. He talks about it a little bit in like some of his stuff, that he was like, I kind of like ran from it for a while, but then I wanted to do these movies to kind of get in touch with myself. He was a big defender of Israel. So was Michael. We'll get into Michael in a little bit. And the Zionist project, invested a lot of it, but though was still kind of struggling with it for a long time. As the years go on, when he goes into retire, he actually like does like a ceremony. I think his wife converts, the whole nine. Kirk Douglas also has like other interesting stuff. Like, I mean, The Juggler. That's what it was. The Juggler. Someone put it in the chat. Thank you. There's also just Google the stuff with him and Natalie Wood if you want to Google it. If you want some possible Kirk Douglas probable is a criminal, but you can get into that another day. Type of stuff. But Michael Douglas, Kirk Douglas was huge. So Michael kind of comes, from that lineage. And Michael Douglas starts off as a producer, right? He does go to college, and he likes to really talk about, I went to college on my own and I studied acting and all that. But Michael Douglas was really very much about producing films, and also like producing films to get himself heavily within movies, right? He had a specific project with that, right? So he was on a show called Streets of San Francisco that people from that era would remember. My mom told me she used to watch it, right? He I know he produced like things like the China Syndrome, and he gave himself a role in that, which was a film with Jack Lemmon and Jane Fonda, right? And there was always this question of like whether or not could the guy really act. No one really believed he had any chops. They thought he was just basically, you know, Kirk Douglas's son. Romancing the Stone, which is the film by Robert Zemeckis. It stars him and Michael Douglas and Kathleen Turner. Was produced by Michael Douglas. He used it as a vehicle to get himself in leading roles, and they were very successful. It did a lot for Douglas as a box office person, and it also did a lot for Zemeckis as well, right? That's how Zemeckis was able to kind of catapult himself towards getting towards doing Back to the Future, which we did recently. Now, when it came to this movie, the studio was still like, I don't know about this guy. Like Michael Douglas, they basically told Stone, if you give him this role, he's gonna suck, and he's not going to be good for it. I think they went to Richard Gere. They also wanted Warren Beatty, which Beatty makes sense. I could see, though I think he would have been really, really bad in it. But like I could see like why the logic of why they would have wanted Warren Beatty. But he was like another like person that they kind of floated for the role. But Stone, he felt that Douglas could like get he said two things. He said he had a kind of villain quality that naturally felt to him. And the other thing is he said Douglas's natural affinity for business, he thought actually would give him an insight that other actors hadn't. So basically saying as a producer, as someone who's been in Hollywood, who does these deals, he actually works with Capital, right? He thought actually it actually would give him a kind of edge. Some other things about the Douglases that I just want to kind of throw it up here. I think is relevant to the movie. They're huge Democrat donors, Democratic Party people. They've been Democratic Party people for like decades. Some of the biggest boosters for the Democratic Party, Kirk and Michael, lots of stuff. And most recently with Michael was his comments on the Gaza encampments, which I had forgot about. Actually, you only have so much room for pro genocide bullshit to sit in your head. That what Michael Douglas said, kind of goes off. He basically said some shit like, "Oh, like none of them are intelligent. They're all stupid people." So forth and so on. Right? It's just, but they're very politically wedded, which I think is like a thing. Like Michael Douglas, like he's such an interesting figure in this way because he has like also because like the brand of his movies, he's like one of the I think the middle-aged man movies, and I think this might start it. Really, is Fatal Attraction. Right when he starts with his yuppies in crisis movies, right? And then he gets into things like The Game and like the kind of emotional journeys of this kinds of person. Some quick other things. Yeah, I mean Charlie Sheen was kind of always in the mix. They were going to go maybe with Matthew Modine, but Stone said he said he actually liked that she overacts, and he thought it was actually would have been good for the role. Okay, sure. There's a lot of drama about like Daryl Hannah and Sean Young in the movie. Sean Young's not in the movie very long. She wanted Daryl Hannah's role. Stone kind of admits that he wished he would have cast Sean Young. Daryl Hannah apparently hated the movie. while she was doing it. No one seemed to like her. She isn't good at it. She looks bored. I think she got the script and was like, the fuck is this bullshit? I guess it's an Oliver Stone movie. Let's go do it. Right? She's really bad in it. And then like you have like, and we'll get to them. People like Hal Holbrook, I think he's interestingly cast. People might remember him. He's Deep Throat in All the President's Men. Like the way he kind of like strategically casts people in the movie, I think is very telling. But yeah, like this is like the kind of large making of it. It was financially somewhat successful. Like it did fine for a drama. But of course it wins Michael Douglas the Oscar. So it catapults him to like a legendary status. And he becomes, I mean, really, Michael Douglas is a bankable actor, I think, from then to like the early aughts, maybe like through Traffic, right? Maybe like Traffic, I would say. You're talking about a good 15 to 20 years of Michael Douglas like dominating in like in movies, and him being like a big star in this kind of way. And this definitely helps Stone create like more of these BS investigative about society movies in a real substantive way, bullshit kind of things. But yeah, I don't know if there's anything else.
Not much. I mean, I agree. I also, somebody called him the boomer Superman. Yeah, I
that's
mean,
a good one.
it
really is.
It is. No, my parents loved Michael Douglas.
My dad loves Michael Douglas too. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, they liked Kirk Douglas too, and probably grew up on a lot of his movies, but yeah, I mean, the back to back of this movie, because Fatal Attraction was the year before, or no, same year,
right?
But it came out first.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I'm curious. He might have been nominated in that too. He might have been Oscar nominated for 2 separate movies that year, and then he won.
He was. I don't think he was.
No,
I think only Glenn Close was.
Maybe that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he was huge when we were growing up, and this movie was a big part of building that lore. And yeah, I mean, I know some people in the chat didn't like his performance in it. I actually do, and I think I genuinely don't think there are very many good performances in this film at all. But I do think that he, in my opinion, does a good job with what I think is a really terrible script. Also, like it's
I mean, to not to get too much into it. It's like his performance is curated in a way that it was kind of hard for him to fail. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like it's so he's able to kind of like do certain things because the movie is about only him. And I feel like what you're saying, every other script, because I think everyone else is very bad in the movie, even when they try to be good. Because like Martin Sheen, I think, is really bad in the movie. It's the worst I've seen Martin Sheen in a movie. I think Martin Sheen is typically pretty good as an actor. I typically like watching Martin. I think he's I mean, in this era, he's also bad in like later movies, but like, like he's bad in Judas and the Black Messiah. He's really bad in that. But he's really bad in that movie. But like, yeah, in this era, he's still pretty good, right? Or even Hal Holbrook, when he tries it, he just does a speech, giving him the talk.
It's a lot of speeches. Like it is.
Oh
it's almost like that. Yeah, it's a lot of speeches.
Yeah,
it's interesting thinking about this film. Like, because we did the Odyssey, whatever, a couple weeks ago, I was kind of thinking about it in relation. And they have a similar thing of they like to give people speeches.
Yeah.
But there is actually, like, it's interesting to think about how much dialogue. There are some scenes of dialogue in this film. One big difference is there's way less cuts in this film. Like, a lot of the scenes
That's a good point.
are shot. Like, there's the scene where which we'll get to, where like Charlie Sheen confronts where Bud confronts Gecko at the end. It's one shot except for like a one quick reaction shot. So it's 2 shots for like a 3-minute scene or something like that. Like,
yeah, and it's a drama. I think there's an expectation with the drama that you want to kind of let it breathe, at least at this era. You want to
Mhm.
kind of like let it breathe. I mean, it's also shot by it's shot by yeah, Robert Richardson, who was a really, I mean, I don't know if he's still working. Oh, he still has work. Wow, Robert Richardson is still shooting. Okay, he's not that. He's younger than I thought. Like, this is an early part of him. I mean, like Robert Richardson did a lot of whatchamacallit, Stone Films. I don't know if he still does, but he did things like Wag the Dog. He also does stuff like with Tarantino. So like Robert Richardson has a kind of somewhat quote unquote elevated aesthetic, right? In that kind of way. So he would have been able to kind of, he's gonna want it to like have a bit more of like a kinesthetics than like the Odyssey, which is just gonna be like right. But yeah, no. I agree. It's like, yeah, he's Douglas is able to do shit because he has also these really big long ass speeches that they just like widen and then let him go.
Yeah, it's also there's a decent amount that is I'll just say this so we can probably move into the movie, but there's a decent amount that's cut from the script and a decent amount of footage also that they shot that doesn't make it into the final cut. Like you mentioned Sean Young, there's a version of it where Bud Fox has an affair with Gordon Gekko's wife, played by Sean Young in the story, and they cut that whole part out. I guess I haven't gone and seen it, but I guess there are deleted scenes of that people can actually watch, like 20
Oh, I didn't
minutes of
know
extra
that. Okay.
footage. But it's not like Blade Runner where they have like different cuts. There is just the one cut of this movie, but there is a set of deleted scenes that came out with like one of the DVDs or whatever that include that.
No.
So but if you go find the script online, like the version that exists online includes all of this shit that's cut out in terms of like speeches and like there's like Stone is I don't know. I mean, maybe that's you think about Platoon and like all of the voiceover writing that he does and everything else.
Yeah.
Like Stone just likes to hear himself, talk a little bit in the movie. It feels like sometimes, like
100%. Yeah, I mean the movie. Well, I mean we can get into it in a minute. I think there's also this fascination with the talk of people who are in Wall Street and like finance capital. Like people are really like super intrigued or super intoxicated by it, right? And it's like I don't know. We can let's get into the movie and we can start like getting into the lines. Yeah.
Yeah, the only other thing I'll say is we're not talking about Stone that much in part because we have talked about him in two other
Right.
episodes of this series. So go back and watch the Year of the Dragon episode and the Platoon episode
And
with
Scarface as
Gemma
well.
and Brooke. Oh, and Scarface as well. And in all of those, we did go a little bit more into like Stone and who he is and all of that stuff. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
part of why we're not spending more time on it, because it would just be the same conversation
Yeah.
again.
So like the film like opens up with, you get the kind of like golden hour sunrise over New York City. You get like the Twin Towers. You're getting Sinatra. They're definitely going for uh even though it's golden hour, it's more like yellow. It's more like piss yellow. So they're definitely going for like New York is a shit place in this kind of way. And I think that was like a large kind of energy. Like there's only one scene in the film that like talks of beauty, and it's when Gordon Gekko was on that beach a little later in the film. Hey, you got to see this. You got to see this, bud. You got to see this, bud. Right?
Pulled up the wrong picture. I did want to make one comment on the Pat Riley thing. So
Yeah.
that is supposedly was Michael Douglas's, like he is based on those composite characters, Carl Icahn. There's a couple people who go down in the scandal and so on. I'll pull up there. Ivan Boesky in particular is one we'll talk about. Dennis Levine, and Asher Adelman. So he's like a composite of a bunch of these folks.
And Michael Milken is the other guy too, the junk bond king.
Yeah, but he did say that he wanted that Pat Riley was the last flourish for him. He did say that, like, after he put it all together, like that was who he went with, was Pat Riley with the slick back.
Oh man.
And yeah, anyway, I did want to say that, but I meant to pull up actually the scene, because the beach scene is the scene that is on the background there. So let's see if I
Yeah.
can. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, like this is like the only scene where he like talks about beauty in the movie. Though what's interesting about it is you actually don't really see the sunrise he's talking about. You only hear it interpreted through um Gordon Gecko's expression around it, which is I think is an interesting technique. But like, and I get why someone is doing it. It's just kind of funny. But yeah, the opening of the movie, you're getting this like Sinatra, like there's like this piss yellow kind of vibe. And like it's it because then you get right to like the city, you see like Metro North, and it's funny, like the first when they touch ground, the first thing you see is Metro North. Now, people who probably don't know like New York that well, you have your New York City Transit, that goes all around the five, well, really the four boroughs, and then the fifth borough, you get the ferry. I'm talking about Staten Island and all that. You get the ferry, and they have their extension, right? But there's also the people who come from places like Westchester, right, and the North, and a lot of them are the people who work in places like Wall Street, or different parts of finance capital or businesses. Like big last week, someone like Macmillan, it's probable that he lived in a place like Westchester, and he would take like the Metro North down. I take it to work. Go ahead.
Greenwich, Connecticut is another, like,
Greenwich is
for
another thing.
yeah,
You get the
yeah.
yeah, you get like the red line, Greenwich, things like that. You kind of come down. Another example of it is if people have ever seen the film Seconds, by John Frankenheimer from the 60s. He lives in Hartsdale in the film, I think he lives in Hartsdale, which is a very, very like, well, now it's much more rich. Then it was like an up and coming area for like people who were trying to ascend, right? So they did the lead character, and Seconds is all about the evils of capitalism in that kind of, in that kind of era. But yeah, so like you have this that like coming down, you know, and then you get like the busy trains, and then this is where you begin to encounter. I think, yeah, you see like they have that one shot of the fucking man of that train, and like, look, man, I'm so happy I live in the Bronx that I don't have to do that shit no more. Is get on them like taking the train downtown there is the absolute worst. I just can't I just can't take it, right? It's like the worst. But like the people in the business suits and all that type of stuff, and then the camera eventually finds Bud Fox, right? You get like the back of his head, and then you see him there, and you get ushered in him. One of the things that I did think about though, and I've been reading this really good book, it's called The Cinema of Extractions by um Brian Jacobson. He's a scholar. I think he's at Cal Institute. It's a really good book, and his book is about really. I'm going to paraphrase a little bit. I think his book is about documenting how first cinema was created, and really cinema was created. And one of the things he points out that I think is really important in the book is that a lot of early movies is what we would call industrial movies now. They're movies about civilization, right? So you're getting like big shots of like, the trains being built, or like skyscrapers, the early things, the early neighborhood. They're trying to, I mean, Cedric Robinson talks about this a bit in Forgeries, about using the image as a way to kind of like stamp out the civilizational project. And watching this film and thinking about even what someone talked about, like the burial grounds down in Wall Street, this movie is really big on kind of situating capitalism as a kind of, in my opinion, like it is here and it's here to stay. And almost like it's always been here, even if it hasn't been here, right? Kind of situating a movie like that, it feels forever. And even how the movie ends, it feels like a forever. Like we're in this kind of forever loop. And it kind of situates you into like the nihilism, I think, of the period, which I do think is an accurate feeling for many. Not that Stone critiques that feeling. He does not critique that feeling at all. But this is really a film that kind of wants to stamp that kind of like natural order of capital. Like you get it, you kind of get like you kind of get situated into it. And yeah, you get Bud Fox, right? And he's on the train, people are kind of rushing off. And then like the first thing, he goes, into the elevator. Um Wow, it's wild. I forgot Tamara Tooney, man, is like the young is like young Tamara Tooney is like in this movie as the administrative assistant out front. Like I was like, whoa, damn. She really been in movies for a long time in TV. Shit.
Carolyn, that's her name. Yeah,
Yeah,
she.
yeah,
He always
yeah.
is like the banter with her at the beginning when he walks
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, that was because then I was like, oh shit, does he have a bigger role than that? Then I was like, oh wow, she really is throughout the movie, right? So she's in it, and then he kind of comes in and he works at this. Would it be a brokerage firm? What would it be? Is that what they would be?
Yeah, I mean it is. I don't know the exact term. I mean he is a broker
He's a
at the
broker, that is,
beginning.
yeah.
But there is an investment banking side, and he's not in it. And so, like, we get that later when he talks to Gordon Gecko because he tries to play like he's an investment banker because Gecko's like, I don't talk to brokers, basically, like that's beneath me. So we'll kind of talk about that a little bit, but the investment banking side are the folks that are like more in on the kind of big deals, right? He's he's literally his job, which is this next scene, is he's in the pit with all of these guys with all of these computers, by the way, which I'm going to pull up because this was like the height of high tech, in the 80s. Right here, this pit of like these old, I don't know, Steven Pelsters might be in the chat. He could tell us the model that we're looking at here. But then you have shots too, and these are shots, some of them are from later, but there's a set of them in the beginning, right, of like, when the bell rings, and this is what Wall Street looks like at the time, or what the floor of the stock exchange, which he's not on the floor, right? He's not on that level. He's literally somebody who they cold call around to people with a little bit of money, folks that are, at one point they say, they have six figures, like that. It's a list of people with six figures. So, it's whatever. It's like upper middle class folks, which I know six figures was significantly more money, in 1987 than it is today. But still, you're not talking about, it might be doctors, lawyers, dentists, stuff like that. It's not like, he's able to get the whales, right? And that's what Gecko represents, is one of the whales. So yeah.
Yeah. And they also do this in Glengarry Glen Ross. A lot of the people that they're calling comes from the business. So like they'll get leads, right? They'll get like a kind of like, and then they have to like make the call. So they do these cold callings to people, but most of these cold calls are shit. Is like one of the things that is kind of like alluded to, which is what like Glengarry Glen Ross is all kind of really built on that. But even with Bud Fox, and I mean, we can probably get right to that. Bud kind of knows this, that these are things are like, they're talking about. But his big thing is he wants to nab Gordon Gecko. And he's been basically cold calling Gecko for, at that time, is it like 50? Is it the 59th day that he calls him? I can't remember. Like it ends up being like 59 days on like the call that he finally gets him. But he's been like calling him straight every day to try to get audience with Gecko and speak to him. Yeah. So like that's kind of, and you kind of get the flow of the job. Like, so he's sitting next to John C. McGinley, who's also from Platoon. McGinley always plays this role of like being the kind of the fast talker who's always kind of an ass, really, really annoying. right? He does similarly. It's the same thing he did in Platoon. This one's a bit more hackneyed, I think, than like his role in Platoon. I think his role in Platoon actually um had a bit more arc. Like it actually made like, it was actually a real kind of like push and pull. This is just like a kind of like he's the annoying guy. He's meant to kind of fill out the office.
Yeah, and you get like a little bit. I mean, there's a lot of the kind of I don't, I didn't write down all of the dialogue, but these like comments about women, about marriages, about like it's definitely a boys' club, right? And you're supposed to get that. It's interesting. I mean, they definitely don't go in this movie like the way of like The Wolf of Wall Street or other movies later on, right? And really like dig into that culture. The closest you get is the sex workers that are
Right.
displayed that are shown within the film, right? And you get a little bit of that, but it's not even there. They don't treat it as like Stone's not digging into the degeneracy basically of these guys. There's a little bit of a moral concern, which kind of comes through like his father, but it's not. And one thing I'll say too is that I think you could classify this film. We've talked about this in a couple of others, like Scrooge, for example, but
Mm.
it's Dickensian, right? Like, so it again, like it's about the morality of capital. It's not about some like structural critique of the system itself.
My bad, too many windows. Yeah, yeah, because then you like situate the office. So you have Hal Holbrook's character. So he's like one of the old lions there who's been there for a long time. He has a separate office, so he's kind of like a somewhat ascended, but of course he's still working at this office. So you know he definitely hasn't made it. Um, you have like another. I forget who the one guy, and you have like you have like a couple of other people there. The other one is the guy who's oh my god, and I forgot to write down because he's in what TV show? Uh, um, he's Mr. Willis. Um, in I forget the name of it. He's Frank Franklin Cover. He's Mr. Willis in The Jeffersons, right? He's one of the other ones, and he's the more down and out one. Like he's been there for a long time, and later on he gets basically fired because he can't really like make it happen. So you get that, and it's like meant to be this purgatory, right? Like the pit is a purgatory. Like you go there, and like, can you get out of it? And what is Bud Fox's way to get out? It's not going to be these cold calls because then he makes a call. There's one client that he gets, and the client kind of fucks up and says, I want out. So basically, his boss, played by James Karen, who's always good at playing these kind of asshole roles, basically says, well, you got to pay it out your pocket, essentially, right? So like purgatory is screwing you over. The way to get out of purgatory is going to be Gecko in this way, right? But yeah, I mean, um, yeah, so like and it's interesting because like I remember there was a lot of fascination of these kinds of places, I think, when I was growing up, as like being these like high level spaces. And there's a way I think it gives it's weird to watch this, like, because then you would say, okay, naturally you should watch this and you should hate it, but it actually intoxicates people. It actually makes people kind of attracted to it. So the way this kind of high pressure environment, kind of like rising to the top, becoming a great person when others can't, there's a way that I think it speaks to the kind of individualism that's so prevalent in our society, like the kind of like success quotient, right? And yeah, if you can survive the pit, you're the real motherfucker.
Yeah. I mean, and there's a lot of that culture within these kind of, I guess I would call them sort of elite entry level positions, like whether it's like people who work for accounting firms, or they work for law firms, or they work in, they work for high paid consultancy firms, or they work in places like, a big Wall Street, brokerage slash investment firm. And, it's a very, like, they show throughout, Charlie Sheen, like, getting up super early, staying up late at night, like, basically not sleeping very much at all, um, because he's always, like, trying to get that edge. And we get to actually where it's interesting is, like, where people really get an edge, right? Which I do think is something quite accurate, and that whole piece of it is really interesting now, because, like, I do have a friend who went through this life, actually a family member, and, you know, basically ended up driving Uber and stuff like that, like, as of a few years ago, because it got to a certain point where he was like, I can no longer, there's no value add that I can do anymore that a computer doesn't do. Right. So basically the tech arises to a certain level where that, you're just pushing a button, or whatever, like, it's not, or the button's auto pushing itself, like, so they don't need these guys anymore, essentially, right? Maybe salespeople, right? But that's it. Like, you're either selling the tech or you're selling, to people. But even with that, because of, like, you can use apps and things like this to do your own trading and things like this. So really the kind of Bud Fox is actually a kind of dinosaur. And you see that in that old man who has the corner office, who's getting aged out of this, that all of this has kind of gone away. But there is this culture, right? If you get into one of these industries and so on, of a high level of, you know, self-exploitation, basically. I mean, it's not self, because it's really a requirement of having these jobs. They expect people to pull, like, ridiculous hours and things like this, and they're all, salaried plus commissions or whatever else. And so it's like, if you're not making quota, right, which is one of the things that they say about that guy, then you're just gone. And so it's driven also in, and sales is like this in a lot of aspects. Like, I've done sales job before, I'm sure other people have too, of just, like, no security, basically, and you have a quota, and if you make it, then great, you get your check, and maybe you get a little bit of a bonus or a bump on it. And if you don't make it, you're just gone, and they just find the next person, and it's just a real, like, churn them out kind of, culture.
Yeah, and I think like the next sequence is kind of informative because it shows you that Stone doesn't really at all have a class politics at all. He doesn't understand the social relations of like how class formations are made. And if he gets them very superficially. And I think this is like the superficial understanding that you would see within the US just in general and how we look at class. We look at it like I grew up in this area and I want to move to this area. And this area has more opportunity and this one has less. So, because then, like, he's in this kind of boiler room situation with all of the people. He now has the situation where he's probably going to have to, like, take some of his check and give it back to the company to make up for the loss. So,
He
you
does
know,
say this, yeah, the old guy
yeah.
says the country was worse than when FDR was president because of cheap money,
Right.
yeah.
Which is like, I mean, and this is like this is like the real, this is like, I think the overall view of the film that like capitalism has like degraded itself. Right. And there is a better one and it's just not being achieved right now.
Bud's pitch to all of these, like, old people he's calling in the beginning is, "If I could just have 5 minutes of your time to explain the extraordinary opportunities presently emerging in the international debt market."
Whoa, that's an earful. Like, come on, dude. No wonder you're not fucking getting any money, right? So, um, Bud, you then see him go back to like a neighborhood, which they don't really explain where it is until later that he's from Queens. So this idea he's like from a working class part of Queens, they don't really explain it very well. Um, for people who don't know New York, because his father runs an airline and the two major airports are in Queens, that's kind of the kind of creation of it. And I'm sure there's some truth to that. A lot of the development of this kind of thing is it's very scattered. He's not really making like an accurate assessment of like, yes, there are definitely working class neighborhoods in Queens. Trust me, there's tons of them, and especially in the '80s. But the way like the business stuff works, it's all very chaotic and scattered. It would be hard to say Stone is doing a real good read on something. Is really what I'm saying. But yes, no, Queens has, super, super, super that, right? And that's why it kind of sticks out because like Sheen does not, both of them, they don't feel like working class people at all. They definitely feel like Hollywood's vision of it, right? So yeah, so he goes back home, home to his neighborhood. It's like a kind of like lodge. It's weird. The way it's shot to me doesn't even read like New York, to be honest with you. Like I've lived in Queens. Like it yeah, there's a way that Queens could kind of look like the suburbs, but I don't know, man. Queens just feels different. I want an N train. Give me an N, and like just some shit you could do. Flushing has a different vibe. It's just do it better, Oliver. So he goes to this area, and his dad is amongst his like working class people. So you begin to realize he's in working class stock. It's funny. I didn't say this. The Martin Sheen choice to have Charlie Sheen was actually Charlie's choice of two. He said you could either have Martin Sheen or Jack Lemmon play your dad. First of all, just on the acting chops, I'd have been like Jack fucking Lemmon. But I get it. You get to do a movie with your dad. Why not? But I'm sorry, dude. Jack Lemmon. That's acting right there. But this movie's also beneath Jack Lemmon. But he would have brought some flavor to it. He's never really bad. Jack Lemmon was just never a bad actor, but he later did it in Glengarry Glen Ross. So better role for him. But yeah. So he's like with his dad, and like they get into this kind of conversation about working class mentality. His dad is doing the whole like, why are you doing this type of thing? You're always coming to me from like, it's basically he comes, what you find out at the end is he needs some cash, that he's about to be broke. He needs a couple $100. And his dad is like, you could be working this. And, and Charlie, Bud Fox is giving him his, like, his speeches of like, why this is the better thing to do. Why is it important to be socially mobile and like go to the next level, that I can make this much money and be, really quickly if I do this the right way.
Yeah, there's a plot point I think we kind of skipped, which is that in that first scene, there's a client that DKs Charlie Sheen's character. So which is
that's it more specifically.
Yeah, didn't know, right? And so, he does a sale with a guy, they lose money on the sale, and the guy basically is like, I didn't authorize you. So basically, then his boss comes over and is like, I'm closing the dude's account, and if he doesn't come up with the money tomorrow, then you're on the hook for it, which is wild, right? Like the whole thing is wild, but I'm sure it did happen in that period with, just calls over the phone and things like that. There's not, necessarily a paper trail or a way to prove that somebody did something. And so he's on the hook for like, I think they say like $3,000 or something like that he doesn't have, and his credit cards are all maxed out. He says all of it. And his buddy in the pit, so I'll give you $100, right? Like, at least he's like, and good news is it's not my money, that you lost. And gives him $100, and then he goes to get some from his dad. He asks his dad for three. And his dad gives him this whole speech because his dad's like, basically like, look, I make $47,000. You made 50K last year. Like, why do you always need money from me? And Bud, Charlie Sheen's character, goes through this whole thing about basically, you got to be a player kind of thing. So he says, his dad says, I told you not to get into that racket in the first place. You could have been a doctor or a lawyer or stayed at Blue Star. You could have been a supervisor in customer relations instead of going off and being a salesman, which I do want to come back to this point. Bud tries to say he's not a salesman. He's like, "How many times I got to tell you, Dad? I'm not a salesman. I'm an account executive." He says, "You get on the phone and ask strangers for money, don't you? You're a salesman." And then he goes into the whole like loans for NYU. You made 35 your first year out, 50K last year. Says, "Dad, 50K does not get you to first place in the Big Apple, not anymore." And he starts running through his expenses. And his
Mhm.
dad's basically thing is like, "I live in Queens on 47 and we're fine." And he tells him to move back in with him, and he's like, "You got to live in Manhattan to be a player." So it's also like just setting the characters up, and their values. And Bud is this new generation,
Mhm.
right, which equates money with success and wanting to be at the top, whereas Carl, the father, played by Martin Sheen, is like, "Look, you could have a good job, you could have a pension waiting for you, you could, you know, get yourself set up, right?" And that's the kind of the
Yeah.
clashes between those two people in a lot of ways,
Yeah, Bud has this line where he says there's no nobility in poverty anymore,
right?
right? Yeah, and the salesman thing, I don't know if this is where you were gonna go. I mean, I think the other thing with salesman is we have to kind of go back to like the Willy Loman death of a salesman kind of vision around salesmen. And hmm, I haven't thought about it, so I don't want to say it's accurate. What Stone is trying to do is kind of like show a working class dislike of salesmen, right? That salesmen are kind of degraded worker, unprincipled, right? And like also like it's not good for your family, and so is that I mean it is the lowest of the low in that kind of way. Uh, um, I don't know how much that is an actual real feeling amongst workers that salesmen are just low people. I don't I don't know if I'm gonna like really want to go through that, but that was definitely a narrative that was developed around the kind of Willy Loman thought thing by Arthur Miller and kind of like permeated popular. It could come from a truth. I've never really looked into it or thought about it in that kind of way. I know I would say for me, for certain families, the idea of the door-to-door salesman is definitely a negative. You come to your house, they're duplicitous and things like that. That's definitely a thing. And then, yeah, by the 80s, the telephone salesman wasn't that looked upon fantastically either, right? Um, you
Yeah,
know,
I mean, I think it's important to read these things somewhat structurally, which is, I actually think it's more of a ruling class issue. I mean, it is, there is the working thing, but like the whole thing that his father is doing throughout this is sort of like, I mean, it's a bit it's caught up in this idea of productivity, right? And what separates productive labor, right? So is that like you can actually read it in a kind of Marxist way, I think, which is that the salesman actually doesn't create anything, right? And his thing of what does he do? He goes and asks other people for their money, right? That you're asking people to give you money essentially. And again, like this is something obviously that capitalism necessitates. It requires this form of labor. So it shouldn't be degraded any more than other forms of labor necessarily. But it is the thing you're talking about, that when people interact with salespeople, including working class folks, right? Yeah, they're always trying to get your money. And everybody kind of knows that there's this bag of tricks that salespeople have to try to like convince you to part with your money. And I think that as a result of that, they are seen in as kind of morally unscrupulous. So it's like that combination of the moral thing, but also this question of, you know, how do we value this form of labor that is not tied to any form of productive work? So it's like kind of also, I think, a union critique too, right? Because it would be the unionized sectors, right, that would be very tied to like we make stuff. And his father is very much supposed to be a union man. You do get
Yeah.
the reference to Workers of the World Unite a little later on.
I forgot about that when we
I did
get to
too.
that. I chuckled. I went, ah! That's really funny. Yeah, no, totally. I think because and the way unions and labor in this film is used is really slick because it doesn't have enough to the left of anything to even be like economist, right? Economism, but he's trying to use union labor in that kind of like salt of the earth kind of way, right? And he wants Martin Sheen to kind of be that, right? And Bud has now entered in, but because Bud does need, he has a proximity. He's not that far from, Manhattan. There is the ability. He's supposed to be able to like succeed from his father and not be able to kind of like live the same lot. And and we see that with him, eventually trying to fix the business, quote unquote, a little bit later. So yeah, like he goes back home. They have to do the obligatory naked woman in the bed as he gets up like early in the morning or late at night. Who quite knows when it is to go on his computer and um, figure out the next deal, right? And it's this other thing I think that they really wanted to do is like this kind of fast life critique that was heavy in the 80s. There's that Michael J. Fox movie about that. I think it comes out a couple of years later. Not Secret of My Success, the other one that he did, where he's like a kind of like lives like a fast life in the 80s. You got movies like Less Than Zero, which is not in New York, but it's like we should actually do Less Than Zero. I was thinking about that the other day. We really should do that and talk shit about Bret Easton Ellis in the process. But yeah, like this kind of like critique of that. And in there, he realizes something that it is Gordon Gekko's birthday when he looks on his computer, right? Yeah, Bright Lights, Big City. Yeah, that's totally it. But he realizes Gecko's birthday, so it's like he's gonna hatch the plan because he tried to call him earlier, but he wasn't able to again get him on the phone. He like tries to charm the his administrative assistant, and she's like, "Mr. Fox, thank you, but he's a busy dude." So he's like, "All right, I got the plan." You see Charlie Sheen, get the little wink, 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 and the next shot of him is him, walking in New York. He's got a box of Cuban cigars, and he's looking a little Pat Riley-esque as well. Pat, the question is, did Pat get it from people or did Pat influence the world? That's the that's the big thing. Or maybe he got it from the gangsters. I mean, that's where he got it from, right? From Willie Chi-Chi and them and the Godfather. looking like John Cazale, with his slicked back hair. But yeah, he gets, so he's there and he goes up to Gecko's office, right, to try to do like the big infiltration. He goes to the administrative assistant. He got the cigars. He's like, "Look, you got to let me go see her. Let me go see him. I got this." And she's like, "Look, I can't let you do that. He's a busy dude." And she's like, "Look, give me a little bit of time," right? And it's that valorization of like the go-getter, right? He's the go-getter. He can kind of like get things done. He can push it in there, right? And maybe, make it happen. And I think she said wait. I don't know exactly how long he waits. It feels like he waits a couple of hours, right?
It's definitely a couple of hours because when he gets back to his job, they're like, "Where you been the last few hours?" So he misses some work for this.
Yeah. So like, and she's like, she tries to help him out and she's like, "You got 5 minutes, right?" And he heads on in. Oh, I think he has to call work in the middle of it too, I think, to let him know that he'll be there soon. But yeah, she tells him he has 5 minutes. He talks to himself in the mirror.
Yeah, he says, "Well, life all comes down to a few moments. This is one of them. He says,
Oh
like you would say
God.
that out loud in front of the mirror right
No,
before you
no,
like.
like all these fucking cliches, right? And then you go into Gecko's office and you got, your classic like Buddha statues on the side, your artwork. He's got his big old computers, laid out. You have big windows that face nothing but buildings. That's always the best part. You got big windows that have buildings on the other side, which like is some real shit, man. If you've ever been in any of those office buildings downtown, they have these huge ass windows and they don't see shit but other fucking buildings. And I'm like, this should make you depressed about the state of the planet, that you have this big ass view but you can't see shit, right? He's got other brokers working in there, right? And he's oh, the other big thing to mention is when he met with his dad. This is like the big kind of thing, the kind of key point. When he met with his dad mentioned that there was a court ruling that was going to go in the favor of their airline business, right? Which was going to kind of help. Exactly. Yeah, this became
Look at
people's
that
fucking
view.
dream that sees nothing. Nothing. But yeah, so they get this. They have this inside information that is going to be this ruling is going to be in their favor, and it'll really help the business. His dad's airline business, where he's I guess they're technically the repairs people, right? They're like the maintenance crew. I guess is technically
His
they
dad's
would
a
be.
machinist, is what that's
Machinist.
a role. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And so because Bud basically like has to go in there and like try to pitch Gecko some shit, right? And you get it, like Gecko's super busy, he's doing all his like slick talk, and Sheen has to go in there and try to like, and it's like, he like rolls up his sleeves and shit when he starts talking to him, and he gives him a couple of pitches. You can go ahead, Jay. I mean, like pitches, but then they fall flat.
Well, yeah. I mean, so there's like these lines, like he's talking to guys. He's like, talking about a deal. He's like, wait till they head south and up the sperm count on a deal, right? And then he's talking to somebody else. He says, dilute the son of a bitch. I want every orifice in the body flowing red. And then somebody yells, Mr. Gecko, your wife. And he just ignores this. What else you got, right? Like, and so, yeah, you
And
get
he
this
takes
idea
his
that
blood pressure at the beginning of it, right?
yeah,
Which is
yeah.
like
So that's what I'm saying.
hilarious.
It's like the reason he's rolling up his sleeves really is because he's going to take his blood pressure, and he goes through this thing like talking about the technology of the blood pressure machine, which I guess at the time must have been like, somewhat cutting edge in like 87, even though this is like, you get one fairly easily now for not much at all. But then he's like, oh, it gives me my diastolic and whatever else. I don't even know shit about blood pressure. He's like, save you a trip to the doctor's office. But then he's like, don't say anything to piss me off because it'll fuck up my blood pressure reading, basically.
But like this idea that blood pressure has to do solely with anger, like it's like it's like there is stress level core. I know someone who's had blood pressure issues. There is stress level correlation, but it's a bit thin to just put it just on your stress levels, right? Like he's in, go ahead.
Well, and the idea too, yeah, is that he has high blood pressure because he's such a fucking high rolling,
Yeah.
stock dude too, right? Like,
It's like
and
no
he's
problem because
smoking.
you eat steak every fucking day and you smoke cigarettes, you jackass.
By the way, I read that he was like not just because of this character, but actually Michael Douglas smoked 40 cigarettes a day, so 2 packs a day during the period that he's filming this movie. And so he's just smoking throughout the movie, and that's just probably like he was probably ecstatic, right, that he could just smoke his cigarettes while he's on the scene.
Yeah. Yeah, so he like, he's trying to I think he pitches him 2 things in the middle of all of this, and like neither of them get Gecko excited. And that part too. And you see kind of like Fox's like wheels turning. Like you can tell him pretty early on he knows he has a kind of like a thing that no one would know, right? But he doesn't want to like, he's probably going through all of the emotional things, really it's the legalities of it, right? Um not tell Gecko this, but he's about to basically get himself, what is he said something like, yeah, he says, "Tell me something I don't know." That's the key
Yeah.
line
Because
that he has.
he pitches a couple of stocks to him, and he's like, "Those are dogs." Like
Mhm.
he knows way more about just basic stocks than
Yeah.
Charlie Sheen's character does. So he's like, if you're not giving me something I don't know, then what the fuck are you doing here?"
And that's
Basically,
the thing. I mean, and like that's what the movie kind of like hinges on. And like there is a kind of truth to this because like for Fox to walk in there, this guy has people on payroll. Of course he knows everything before you get in there. He's like, "Tell me some shit that's going to not be on my radar." That's the only worth you would have for me, really, is inside information, right? That's really what it is, right? Which we'll get into why that's illegal and all that type of shit. But like, give it to him, and he basically tells him the info that his dad told him about the court ruling coming in their favor for Blue Star Airlines and how that's going to change the nature of that. And if Gecko gets in on it, it can help him out, right? And like the movie, I think this is where the movie, I think, immediately sets its foot on bullshit ground. Because I remember when I was watching it, I was like, so this movie has no real interest in the relation to capital and workers, expropriation, surplus value. All it cares about is people who are doing unscrupulous, illegal things within the market and enriching themselves further.
well, I mean, this really gets home. I'm not gonna get to it because I think we should save it. But like when you get to what the resolution is in this movie, it really, really hammers home this point that it has an
100%.
anti-labor politics. Yeah, yeah.
100%. It's so bad. I actually had forgot about that. I was like, oh wow, really? This is the get you moment? Oh, fuck y'all. Right. So yeah, he gives him the stuff, and then like you could tell Bud feels bad about it. And it's like hard to parse. Does he well, no, I think this is on purpose. Is they're trying to make also illegality within the system the moral negative. Like in a way it naturalizes the laws that we have, right? So because he does this thing that's technically illegal under, I guess that would be the SEC, right? Under them, right?
Yeah.
That he's now hit a moral negative, right? He's now degraded himself. He's what his dad said he was, right? But that also, there is a way I always feel when you do those kinds of moralisms around our structures that really don't address the fucking like core relationship of capital and people. Like you're just naturalizing the bullshit.
It also, I mean, it's also a movie that teaches people functionally that the only way you can get ahead and get rich is to cheat, is to do the illegal shit because everybody else is like
Scarface.
floundering in the pit, like, and
Scarface.
losing their job again. So it's also a movie I think that yeah, has the same kind of Scarface, again, which is also Oliver Stone. It has that same mentality that it's teaching people, even if it's trying to teach it as this is morally objectionable. It's like you're also teaching them though that the material reality is that. So if people care about that material reality, like that's the way they gotta go.
Push it to the limit. you know, you should just do an edit of Wall Street to like push it to the limit. Right? It's the same shit. Yeah, so he goes back to the office, Bud, right? And he's like a little dejected, like he kind of feels like maybe he kind of struck out with Gecko. All the things that he was thinking could, maybe be it. He doesn't really seem to get him to do it. His homie wants to take him to Knicks games with some ladies, McGinley, right? and he's like not interested in it really, like whatever. They even have a shot where he sees the kind of down and out dejected business guy, and he's struggling, so you got to get this like foreshadowing, is this going to be my life forever, you know? But then eventually he gets a call, and it's Gecko, and Gecko gives him the call, right? He's gotten his white whale, right? And he gives him, I guess, whatever the investment instructions. I don't know how important those things are. You can, if you want to do it, if you think anything is important, Jay, we could do it. But he gives him the instructions of how he wants to do the investment, in buying the stocks and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, well, he says that he wants to buy 20,000 shares, which, let's see if we do the math real quick. Yeah, I don't know, because if it was, I can't remember if it was 17, it's 17 later on, whatever, like somewhere in that. But yeah, it's like I think he gives him a check for $1 million later on when he does it, which is like a big bonus off of what he actually owed him. But yeah. So yeah, Marv, I just bagged the elephant, and the whole place goes nuts, and
Yeah.
he's really excited because he's now,
Yeah.
and just for people to understand the relationship, basically Gecko is his client now, and he is like a broker for Gecko through his current firm, and that's the way they do it initially, is he's basically doing the deal through him. And he also makes a purchase himself on the computer. They just show it like briefly, of a stock that he heard Gordon talking about it, which is the paper company. So he does another thing that also would be insider trading in this moment as well. But yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, Stone wouldn't have no awareness of what I'm about to say. But there is like really around that time, there was really good critique coming from from Marxists about the new petty bourgeois and the client, this kind of like client relationship, and really what the new petty bourgeois or the pseudo bourgeois' only real aim in existence was to get a kind of clientele relationship with someone who had either was in the capitalist class or was close. And he did, and he was saying, and then because Kluskar would talk about that and how that shaped the social relation of the petty bourgeois to a certain kind of adoption of certain like role, basically like be kind of saying what Stone is saying, but from a Marxist perspective, like, and then giving it within the total kind of totality. So like it actually shows you like how close Stone is, but because he doesn't not have any kind of real analysis of capital and of social relations, he can't get there. He can't actually use what's like really honestly in front of his face. Right. It's actually right there, but he has no fucking politics. He can't do the kind of extrapolation of it all. But that is a real thing. And it's something that I see now, even in my life, this kind of, if you're in this, you want to hook that big person. Like I see it in filmmakers. It's like the idea of what you have to do is you have to hook a Gecko, or take Gecko out of it, who's someone who maybe is more egalitarian. You need to hook LeBron James. And I'm saying in quotations, right? You need to hook, I remember some years ago, I got on a call with, I won't say his name, a pretty like prominent basketball player, right? And I had the 5-minute pitch, right? And I remember it was hooked to me that if I was to get on the radar of this person, this could literally change my life forever. He would always give me things. I could always go whenever he had these moments of investment. I would always have a seat to pitch him something, right? And if he liked me, he probably would, he would work with me, and that would be my way into a kind of permanent petty bourgeois status. And it had to be like kind of tied to it. But it was all through this like finance capital shit. I, of course, did it terribly. I didn't really care. I knew he wasn't going to give me money, and I called it a fucking day. I hate the 5-minute pitch. Fuck 5-minute pitches. I think it's the most biggest heap of bullshit in the planet. But but yeah. Anyway, I wanted to throw that in there.
No, I mean it's true, right? And I think it connects, like Jared Ball's been doing some good conversations. He talks about this a lot within relation to even like black capitalism, right? That it's like there's always he did one recently where he was reading through some of Ishmael Reed's critiques of certain figures, right? And like that there's always a relationship, even with somebody like James Baldwin, right? Who I love a lot of James Baldwin's work, of a relationship to like white philanthropic kind of what do you call that? Like a patron, right? And that sort of thing. And so, yeah, I mean, to some extent, that is capitalism, right? Like there are these people who have so much money. Even if we think about LeBron James, yeah, it's the owners who are cutting these massive checks to him, and he is basically like a branding for their he's a value multiplier for the assets that they own essentially. So yeah.
Yeah. So so yeah, Bud is, now doing work with Gecko. Next morning, he's right about the deal going through, and he goes and he gets to have a lunch with Gecko in like the downtown, one of those downtown restaurants. And yeah, like this is where I have to say I could see, yeah, I could see this is a class consciousness thing. I could see how these movies get intoxicating to people. If you grew up in a city like New York or any kind of city that has these like places of like major capital, and like I know those kinds of restaurants, like they're downtown. If you have a regular job downtown, you walk by them, right? If you like say you work for, I don't know, a postal service, a delivery service. Like I did like 3 months doing like courier service down there, right? So I had like the office there and I would like run around basically all over. It was all foot courier. I had to do it all around Wall Street through like maybe like 14th Street, right? And like, you do that. I'm living uptown. I ain't got no fucking money, but I walk in by a restaurant that like has a 3-month reservation, you know? And I see it like it's like this like entryway into shit that because when Bud goes in there, he's like, get the steak tartare, right? It's not on the menu. Right? Like he's giving him this shit that like I'm giving you the secret shit. And like when things are cut off to people and they don't have that access, right? That dream, right? It's like, well, maybe I could do what Gecko did, but just not get caught. Because I won't get in with a Bud Fox who's an idiot. Or I will be like Bud. I'll just let Gecko liquidate my dad's company and stop asking questions and stop being an asshole.
Yeah, why are you worried about your dad's job? You're gonna get your golden parachute, dude. What the fuck's wrong with you? Um,
Fuck them workers.
yeah. I mean, I do think having lived in a few different cities and spent time in, a number of others, that New York is one of the few places that has like a really elite degree of this. Um, because of both it's just like one of the clearest spaces where the haves and the have-nots are like on display all the time, but you can go downtown and be amongst the haves, and they just have access to a whole other world that is just like a playground, right, for them. And I think that I found living in New York that a lot of the people I knew that grew up there, like that was their full aspiration. It's like, I want to be able to get in to that world essentially, right? I want to be a part of, and I can imagine like growing up and seeing movies like this, seeing movies like Scarface, so on and so forth, and seeing people also who through, you know, hip hop and the arts or whatever, or basketball, like somehow manage to be welcomed into that space, right? That you kind of believe that you're like one grind, one hustle away from, you know, either getting there or getting closer to there. And it does have an allure. And I think it's different, honestly. Like I don't I don't see that as much in Philly at all. You know, like there is some money downtown, but there's not like most of the big money in Philly is out in the suburbs away from, the city, and it just doesn't have the same kind of it's not the same thing. And I think it has to do with the stock exchange, honestly. I do think it has to do with the fact that like global capital is traded in this space. And so even the people who are doing those deals for other people, are there and are, making their not making their money, but investing their money in it and all of that. And so it's like it's a whole different tier really of money that you are around on a kind of daily basis. And I do think it structures aspirations differently than in some other places.
because it feels so quick. Yeah, like
It's just right there. It's like so,
yeah,
you're driving in from Queens and like the difference from being in fucking Queens or the Bronx,
yeah.
right? And then you get in downtown Manhattan and you're like, but you can see it. Like it's literally, there's a visualization of it in front of you in terms of these massive buildings and everything else.
Yeah, it's it. I don't want to get too much into my like early young Hollywood stories. But there is things like that because like especially if you actually get dipped into like the gecko room, like the gecko meeting. And it's like 2-3 days before that you were just, playing basketball with your homies, eating, Fritos. And like 3 days from now, you're suddenly in a room with someone who has a lot of money and a lot of proximity to like a lifelong thing. And I've seen it, and like it's really easy in that room to like literally like close off everything and just get tunnel visioned, right? Like, because in the movie, he's like, he's sitting there, fucking geckos, looking at a fucking little like this is '86. He has like a small, fucking like TV thing.
It's a 2-inch black and white TV that is like the greatest sick. And they make the joke like I can't see anything on
I
that.
can't see anything on that, right? And uh, and then like oh, and then he gives him the check for 1 million. It's 1 million, right? He gives him, right? He gives him a check for $1 million, right? Which then like sends Bud almost into like hyperventilation. Like he's almost about to just like lose his fucking shit, right? That he has $1 million literally. And he was just asking Pops for $300, what the day before or 2 days before or whatever, right? He was asking Pops for some money. So, there is that thing, right? But I'm not. I think what the big thing Jay and I are saying is here, like this scene doesn't. It's not like an antidote towards saying don't fall for the trick. It actually is saying yes, the trick is attractive, and possibly, if you can find a way to be a bit more slick, you can get your way out of it.
Yeah, and then, so yeah, he gives him this check, right? It's life changing, and I don't know exactly, but like I was saying earlier, like the amount of money that he gives him is definitely in excess of what that stock buy would have cost too. So he's like, and he did say something about it. He's like, "There's some, a little extra in you,
He said, "Buy a
in there
suit." He
for
told
you."
him, "Go buy a
Yeah,
suit.
he
Buy a
said, "You can't
fucking
come in
suit.
here looking like that." And he gives him
Buy
the
a
name of a he gives him a name of a tailor or whatever that'll hook him up, and he goes home, right? And he's like sleeping, or he's like, in his underwear working, whatever, and he gets a knock on the door, and it's a sex worker. She's taking him out. We're going out. They go into the limo, and there's a scene artfully done but basically she's giving him a blowjob is what they're supposed to
Yeah.
imply, right? And
Well,
that's
that
then
shit
it goes
becomes
to the next.
intoxicating. It's like it's the thing, man. It's like the. Well, I think the other thing we talked about this with Scarface. I even think to a certain degree, getting caught is not even that big of a deal. Because say if your life has like limited prospects and you're like, well, I'll probably only live 40 to 50 years if I live in this kind of shit area? What if those 40 or 50 years, what if 10 of them is what Bud Fox was able to do? Fuck yeah, I'm doing that. You know, I'm not gonna do 50 years of hard labor at Blue Star Airlines. I'm gonna do the 10 years of high life, you know, and then maybe I can at least get a Tony Montana death, you know, kapow, you know, and get shot in the back, and you know they'll make a movie about me with big music playing at the end.
Yeah, I mean, there were all kinds of propaganda that we were bathed in to make sure that we didn't become a generation of Carl Foxes, you know,
Yeah,
growing up. That and even this movie for sure too, because I also think Carl gets dealt with in a really, and the Union obviously gets dealt with in a really dirty fashion.
just
Um,
terrible.
but yeah, I mean that it is interesting because in some ways the film is kind of reflecting a, you know, and I'd be very interested in it of whether any of the people Stone was around were actually like the Bud Fox in that they actually had the Union father and came from that type of, because I don't think so. I would bet not. Maybe it's not that it's impossible. Maybe guys that he knew because of Vietnam or whatever, like that's possible. But he's such a kind of elite private school person himself, and coming from his father being a stockbroker, right? It's just
Yeah.
maybe his dad's dad was like a machinist or something like that. I don't know, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I do know people who were able to kind of wiggle themselves into these kinds of rooms, like stock
Oh,
jobs and
same.
things like that, who didn't come from that kind of thing. I mean, I do definitely think this is a bit of a sloppy tape together that Stone is doing. So I definitely agree with you. And I don't think he deals with it. I don't think he deals enough with what Bud. The more interesting movie is what Bud would have had to do to get into the room. You know, like, did he lie about his schooling? Did he like force his parents to do the schooling? Like, like what did he do? Right. To get into it? Did he not do the schooling and just found a way to kind of go in there and like do the affectations of like developing certain types of, accoutrements to look like he had the thing? It's very sloppy.
Well, there's a thing they do with Gecko, which is intentional to make him not a
I
wasp.
hate this.
And he talks about himself being a city college kid, and he
Yep.
has all of this animosity towards wasps and towards the Brit, who is like his main rival in the film. And so there's a way that they're trying to paint Gecko also as being in a certain way kind of a self-made man, salt of the earth kind of figure that's not born from some elite cast of people.
Yeah, and that's coming up, but I think it's a really interesting point because so the next thing that kind of happens is so Bud does these investments, and essentially, I mean, I don't know if we can get specific about them, but they're not very successful or not successful at all. They don't do well. He
He
I don't
loses a little money, yeah.
He also loses a little money, right? And like it's like another one. It's like one of these like bad days where like everyone does poorly, right? You see the dude from the Jeffersons, like he's like I'm losing my shirt, They're all just like not happy, right? And he basically goes and plays racquetball with Gecko, right? And like Gecko is giving him the pep talk, like you gotta push yourself. Essentially, what he's doing is he's setting him up to basically go do the shit that he wants him to do, which is like basically illegal shit. Because like Bud did it the first time, It's like Butter already came out, gave me illegal shit. Oh, this dude will do the real shit. I mean, it's gangster shit. It's what people do. It's like, oh, this dude came with me with some fucked up shit. Okay, I can probably get him to do more. Let's see, how far I can push him, right? So they're playing the racquetball. He's trying to convince him, and then you have the scene where they're in the steam room, right? Do you have the wasp line?
He has let's see, do I have it? Yeah. So he talks about he's like not bad for a city college boy something,
Yeah.
and then he talks about how now I think he says I'm on the board of the Bronx Zoo.
Bronx
And this is
Zoo, yeah.
not bad for instead I had to pay $1 million to get on it or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then he says the thing you got to remember about wasps, they love animals, they can't stand people. That's his line. And then Buddy tells him about a loss that one of the stocks that he had took a loss, which he's stressed out about. And he says, I guess your dad's not a union representative for that company. And they go back and forth, but you get the line, which is most valuable commodity I know about is information. Wouldn't you agree? Right. Because his dad, he asked him, how do you know what my dad does or whatever? And then he says I don't bet on here's the line. He says, the public's out there throwing darts at a board sport. I don't throw darts at a board. I bet on sure things. Read Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Every battle is won before it's ever fought. And I will like a couple of things. I mean, one, so Steven is in the chat saying it's squash, not racquetball. I don't know the difference, nor do I.
Oh, it's squash.
I hate everybody who plays both. Apologies if you're one of them, but
I play handball, son. Handball.
But this movie with Sun Tzu, and I had kind of forgotten that, but there's a whole generation of people who read Sun Tzu and who think it's like, it's like the original 48 laws of power or whatever.
I got caught. Blame Wu-Tang. You blame Wu-Tang for that shit. I blame Wu. I'm serious.
Look, I think people should read The Art of War. But
I read that Mao said he read it.
Yeah. I think people should read it. But the idea of this idea of reading it to be like Gordon Gekko, right, is the thing that I think for a whole generation of people were like, yeah, like let's
social relations is war. I mean, that's how it was pitched. I remember because we read it, a bunch of us read it, homies of mine. Maybe the first study group that I had ever. We were like 15. I think because the Jizza said something about it. And then someone sampled that line, read Sun Tzu, The Art of War from Gekko. Someone sampled it, right? And I remember we read it together, and the way we thought about it was like everything in our relations was war. And to a certain degree, like I think I get it's a degraded logic because of the like growing up where I grew up and the kind of like life pressure, the fights, the stuff like that. I could get it police. I could get it from a certain kind of mentality, but it's totally degraded in terms of like its application or thinking about it. Because then you're also applying it to like literally your relations with like regular people. Right, like literally like your friend, or like the person you walk down the hallway with, it's just ridiculous. The wasp thing I think I'd be curious more what you think about that, Jay, like because then I was thinking, well, what are they trying to make Gekko essentially? Like, what is he supposed to be really? And I don't know. Do you have an opinion on this one? Do you think they have a real thought on what Gekko is supposed to be? I mean, his name is also Gekko, which I think is very interesting in that way too. I know there's like chameleon and reptile, but I think there's another thing with it as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm interested in what you think. I think the point of it is really not so much to make him a specific pin downable
Yeah.
ethnicity as to just say he's not a part of like old money. He's not a part, and so the wasps in this, you know, I mean, he does talk about Ivy Leaguers. It's very true that like historically and even still, but definitely in this period and the period that like they would have been going through college, like wasps dominated the Ivy Leagues and especially places like Yale and Harvard. And it was a feeder school of like a maintenance of a certain, class status and proximity to power, to money, to, the kind of ruling social relations within society. And so yeah, I mean, I take it more as like Gordon Gecko is supposed to represent new money and a new attitude too, in terms of how people are attacking as sharks, right, within Wall Street. And it's also, again, like this is part of where the critique, I think, of the in this movie is largely a kind of ruling class critique, right? Because he's also a deviant, in this way of doing things. He is seen as he's not following the rules. He's making his money unscrupulously. And even though at the same time, whether intentionally or inadvertently, they create, I think, um a new paradigm that people want to follow and actually see as aspirational. The purpose of the film is to actually, you know, kind of denigrate this new money attitude, I think, and to sort of denigrate Gecko. I mean, I don't know if he's supposed to be Italian. Like the slicked back hair and the Pat Riley look and all of that, like that's kind of what it shows to me, but I don't think they're really like they're not doing anything to overemphasize a specific ethnicity within the script or the film, I don't think.
Yeah, like I get this sense that like if there was Wall Street 3, right? And you do like the early Gecko years, you find out some shit like he's 1/5 Lebanese. You know what I'm saying? Like something like they would just like add something ridiculous. Not being Lebanese is ridiculous, but they would create a kind of origin story to make him like an other who kind of like snuck his way through. So he's like a a mishmash, like almost like I read him like, for lack of a better word, a mutt, right? The reason why I want to say that is because I do think this has a largely how they consider new capital, right? They consider like new capital people, and he has this hate for wasps. He's gonna end up being this like almost like, you know, Stone probably sees him like a clay mixture. And this kind of goes into the kind of like I think general degraded liberal like racialized politics that people like Stone have. So like because he doesn't come from this stock and he's like a mud of many different things and he has like no real clear origin that we can like tap into, he's like this new thing. So like new thing, new capital, right? But then you'll attach that to a kind of unscrupulousness, and it's just it's more of his what did Stowe say, his reptile brain. Did he say and I think you got to tap into your reptile brain one time. It's fucking his weirdo ass, man. But the one thing I also will say is it is interesting, and I've seen this when you're in a room with people who are not waspy, who have money, and they can talk with each other. The way they talk about wasps is very interesting. It is very interesting, and and I think it's also why my dad liked this movie, and I think it's probably why he kind of got into Gecko. So it's interesting in that way. Um, so like it continues, and basically like Gecko's like he's trying to push Bud to basically like do the dirty shit, right? Do this shit, like go to that next level. And Bud, what I think this isn't that line that Bud says, like, what about hard work or something like that? Like Gecko is basically like, you need to go to the next level, essentially do shit, like get me information that like no one else has, right? And Bud is like, what about hard work? And like Gecko was like, dude, you don't fucking get it. And he's like close to basically like writing him off. Um, he's like trying to give him a lesson. And then like Stone does this like really annoying hackney thing. I'm sure you noticed it. It's the shot where like they're like leaving the locker room, and like um when um he basically like Bud basically says like, all right, he's like getting to the next level where he's gonna do it. He like drops the lights, like drops like the background lights, and like puts Douglas into like almost Dracula looking. It's like it's so like on the nose to try to make really show you that Gecko is a real villain type shit. It's so annoying. He does it twice in the movie. He does it later where he drops it and like where he's like near like the windows. He drops all the lights. And it's like a low canted shot to kind of make Gecko look like the Prince of Darkness. It's so fucking funny.
There's also this line, yeah, the what about hard work? Gecko says, what about it? You work hard, right? And, Bud nods and he says, bet you worked all night researching that dog stock you sold me. Um, Look where it got you. My father worked like an elephant selling electrical equipment until he keeled over at 49 from a massive heart attack and tax bills, right? So like again, this is again them just pointing to these working class. They both have this same shared, and I think this is where you're supposed to see the potential for affinity within the script, right? Between Fox and Gecko is that they both come from this kind of working class background, of these overworked fathers, and you know overworked and exploited, and now here they are, you know whatever. So from this you basically get this moment where you get a shift, and Bud begins with basically he agrees to be a guy who goes, he's like, you want to work for me, like stop selling me information and go out and get me something like that. The line is close to that. And so he's basically going to become essentially an investigator to go out and find insider information to feed to Gecko. And that's how he gets to stay on. And like you said, it's slick the way they set it up through that whole scene, because it's basically like you fucked up. It's kind of like a scene in like gangster movies, right? Where you know, they steal somebody steals the drugs that you have, right? And then they use it as leverage and basically are like, we'll kill your sister or your family if you don't do these other things for us, right? To continue on. He doesn't have to lean on in quite that way, but it's like you're now beholden to me. So now I need you to do this really dirty shit if you wanna hang on. Even though, as Gordon Gecko points out, every deal that they've done together has been insider trading already. So it's not like, except for the minor stocks that lost. And that's kind of the point, which I do think is accurate to a certain degree. And we could even bring this into now, right? Of like this White House and how much insider trading goes on within Congress and all of this stuff, right? That it like in order to really make significant money in a consistent basis on these kinds of things, you have to have some kind of leg up, right? It's not just like, as he says, we're not all just, I'm not throwing everybody else out there, they're throwing darts at a board. Like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I mean, and we'll get to that at the end of the movie. I mean, one of the more famous, I think, case that people would know is like the Martha Stewart case. What I think people don't remember is the reason why Martha Stewart got so thrown and made an example of is because they went to her the first time and basically said, we will let you walk as long as you testify against this guy who's bigger than you that we're trying to kind of build a case on. And she said, get the fuck out my house. Fuck all you people. I'm Martha Stewart. And then they were like, all right, motherfucker, you're going to go to jail. But the key point is they don't really care. They know everyone's doing it. There become situations where maybe someone gets a little too crazy, like Skrelly. Skrelly was like making them look bad, right? They needed to get that guy because he was out there being reckless, going on talk shows, doing weird beef videos for against the Wu-Tang Clan. And they're like, just can we get this? And he made no friends. No one liked him. So they were like, get this kid out of here, right? Right? But these other people were like, if like Martha, they'd be like, Martha, we got you. Oh, it's like that, man. Forget you then. You getting nabbed up, and that's the thing about this movie that kills me because I'm kind of like, everyone's doing it, and like the stock watch really cares. Like, get the fuck out of here, you know?
Yeah. I mean, we could just talk about how the Lakers were just sold because the FCC was investigating the owner or whatever, or the DOJ. Yeah.
Did you hear what LeBron said about that?
Mm-mm.
They asked him straight out, did this sale, the possible sale, affect your leaving? And he said, maybe, but I'm not going to talk about that. He knew. So the fact that LeBron knew all this shit already, you already know. Someone hit him and Rich Paul up and was like, bounce, bounce, bounce. It's time to go, right? And he's like, okay, good, I'm out. Especially all the shit that's happening with like Kawhi Leonard and all this type of shit. Like, you know, like there's so much shit, you know, and how Luka got there, who even knows? I mean, there's so much fucking weird shit in all this type of stuff. Anyway, I don't want to go too far that direction.
Yeah, so the next thing you get is right there, he goes to Gecko's house, right? He goes on this run, he gets some different information, he goes out, he chases down Larry the Brit, right? Sir Lawrence the Brit.
The old Capital.
And he's trying to figure out like what his deal is. That he's trying to find information. He figures out he's going to Erie, Pennsylvania, and from there they can extrapolate. Well, like why would he go there? Oh, there's a steel company there, so he's going to buy Anacott Steel, right? And so then they invest in that, and are trying to basically leverage him, right? Because they know he wants to buy it, so they're going to buy up a bunch of shares and then make him buy their shares at a higher rate so that he can get control. And you get the scene with Daryl Hannah. This is where she gets introduced. She's there. It's kind of weird. You're not really sure in this scene, as it's supposed to be, right? This is supposed to be kind of like the swinger or the loose relationships thing of like who's sleeping with who here, who's girlfriend, boyfriend, and Bud is like looking at fine art with her, and he's basically like, which I think is supposed to say that he's like very uncultured or whatever, but I actually agree with what he's saying, which is just that like these pieces of art are absolute shit. And she's like, well, that one's worth $600,000.
Expressionism, Jay. You don't like abstract expressionism, Jay?
No, my kid can do better. I'm on that kick. I got some great drawings that my kids have done that I'd be happy to sell to somebody for a few $1,000.
Like this, go polish on them. Just start to splatter on this.
So yeah, they're talking about art, and he finds out that she's an interior decorator. He's like playing up, he's like, he's got some money now, so he's like, I'm gonna get a place on the east side, moving from the upper west side to the upper east side, and that's the start of their relationship, and then you get the little Sir Lawrence scene that comes in. But yeah, do you want to say anything else about that?
Yeah, I mean, like to cut a couple of things. So like when like they like start bringing in how Holbrook more consistently to give his little speeches about like the morals of being a good person within the capitalist framework, like don't go. It's like it's the don't drive too fast speech, right? It's like slow down your red car speech. It's so, and like it could work if at the end you realize he has dog shit ideas also. Like if you were to make that character like also realize at the end you just as much a part of a tool within this thing as everybody else. Those things work, but him as like the kind of like moral raisonneur, the entire film is complete dog shit, right? Yeah, like the scene at the house, like he goes to like Gecko's like I guess like beach house, and you have all the like socialite friends and all that type of stuff, right? Sean Young, you also see is his wife in it, and she's like the jolly one. She's like hell, but like probably a little bit like slightly tipsy, like, and you never really quite know if she knows everything. They don't really do it anything. They don't really give her character any justice. So like you don't really know if she just basically knows that Gordon does his shit, and she does her own, or is she totally in the dark? You never really have a real like. It's just because it gets very bad. But yeah, like then the other part is when Terrence Stamp, the British guy comes and visits, and I think this is where you really begin to see, and you don't begin to see another point where you see Stone's really terrible ideological understandings of capital, of business, of ownership, of all of it. Because so essentially Stamp the businessman, I forget what his name is in the movie. What's the British businessman's name? I forget his name.
Sir, like, it's Sir Lawrence. They call
Sir
him
Lawrence.
Larry. Like it goes
Yeah.
back and forth. Yeah.
So Sir Lawrence like notices that basically because like a lot of what Gecko was buying was doing quietly, but it was going through his offshores and all that type of stuff. But of course, Sir Lawrence has tons of money, even more than Gecko. He's able to pretty much figure it out, like what he's doing. So he basically is like, we got to talk. He comes to his crib, right? And like he's like, I'm about business. He even looks at Bud. He kind of is like, that dude looks familiar. Like, so they go upstairs, right? And upstairs, the first thing that kind of happens is like Gecko has like the gun rack, right? With like the little like I think he has the oldest pistol in the world. Maybe is that what it is, or like
He
one of the
says he
oldest pistols?
he says he has a 45 German Luger, and he says there
Yeah,
were only 6 of them made. And yeah, it's Sir Lawrence Wildman. Wildman's also a funny last name, but
Gecko and Wildman.
but he's like, "Oh, good for you." Like he's like not impressed at all by it either. Like, like Gecko's trying to show off, his guns and everything. He's like, "I don't care."
Yeah, he's like, homie, I got money to talk about. Fuck your guns, bro. Like, and he's basically like, I know what you're doing, right? I like, and what do I got to do to basically to get all the shit all this, I guess the stocks you bought back, right? So I can get control. And the big thing with Wildman is Sir Lawrence is he has this claim that he wants to basically like rebuild this company. He's buying it for egalitarian reasons, essentially. We know it's not egalitarian personally, but the way it's being presented is like this is like a positive capitalist. Though there is the moment where Gecko tries to shoot back at him and says, well, you did buy such and such company and you laid off all these workers. So to kind of like sully him a little bit there too, right? But they get into a negotiating thing going back and forth where he gives him an initial offer. It's less than what Gordon wants. He goes to Bud. Bud gives, I think it's something like only like 20 million more, like 20 million. Was it billion or million? I can't remember. 20 million more. And they kind of get it down to like basically half of that, right? They meet like somewhere like a little bit over the middle to basically like sell it back to him, and like the deal is closed, right? And Sir Lawrence don't want to hang out there no more. He's sick of this shit, and he walks out the criz, the crew.
Yeah, I mean it is also a bit chaotic. They claim that his character is based on Sir James Goldsmith, who's a British financier and corporate raider. was known for aggressive takeovers and a lot of wealth. But the thing that they pose in this moment is that he actually wants to save the steel company, and of course this could be based in like really strict capitalists, like steel is actually important to the global economy and everything else. um but yeah, it's kind of it's planted there for later on for Bud to get a sense of like, well, this person doesn't just do the strip down destroys, like he also does. And so he's basically like, we can't destroy all these workers or whatever, like you have
Yeah.
to, I need to buy it back from you. So yeah, you see a little bit of a morality that comes across supposedly within this scene.
Yeah, and I think and we'll talk about this later. I think you have to situate it within the logics of what Stone thinks is being a good businessman, because the thing that it says he laid off people, not that he shut down and liquidated the business. So there is a way later you'll see even where the triumvirate union of people agree to a pay reduction. So there is a way, it's like, this is the cost of doing business. So the kind of way it ends up on the back end, it just makes it that maybe that Gecko does have some validity in what he's saying, but he's probably saying not the entire thing. And I do think the point of it being a steel company is a is a big thing. These kind of like essential earth, quote unquote, primary commodities type shit, steel, oil, so forth, and like things
Right.
like that. We need to
Yeah, like
keep
an
it
airline could
strengthened.
come and go, but you have to have the fucking steel. We need
Steel. We need the fucking steel, man. Stabilize this capitalism shit, bro. Like, make it happen, right? So, like, I do think that's like a big deal to kind of show his mentality in, Stone's kind of 2-bit way, right? And then of course the Brit US thing. I'm sure I'm sure it's kind of obvious to everyone, and it's like old capital, new capital. I think the 80s was also really obsessed with this. I think they were really, really obsessed with the kind of Britain US thing again, especially because Britain was a little bit behind at that point, right? So it's like, it's whatever. It's intercapitalist
and
bullshit.
and he is the wasp, but it's just like a
Right.
real wasp, like like not one of these settler wasps. He's like
No,
the
he's
real
granddaddy.
deal.
He's John Locke, like he's the old school. He's the original, And then you get the scene. This is like, some say this is one of the scenes that got Douglas the Oscar, right? Oh well, before that, before Bud leaves, Bud quotes Sun Tzu back to him.
Yeah, I have it. He
So
says,
funny.
I mean, God, Charlie Sheen is so fucking bad in this movie, by the way. But yeah, it's like all warfare is based on deception. Sun Tzu, if your enemy is superior, invade him. If angry, irritate him. If equally matched, fight. And if not, split and reevaluate. Yeah.
So bad. So like just terrible. Um so yeah, he's home, and then one day, I mean, it's like early in the morning, probably like 5 a.m. or some shit. Like, sun has barely started rising. Gecko calls him, and he's like, is on some like, why the fuck you sleep? Your butt needs to be awake. And on the other eye is Gecko out there, right? He's out there with his cell phone, right? With his big ass Zach Morris cell phone.
Really important for people who are not from the 80s to understand. This is not like a cordless house phone right here. This is what a fucking cell phone looked like in 1987 for the like 10 people who had enough money
Right.
to own one.
To have one. Because like, I even think I want someone to explain the tech. I think to even be able to do it, you needed like access to like certain types of circuits and servers that like, no, I mean, like, just insane, right? So he's like on the beach, right? And he's pretty much giving, Yeah, he says to him like, "This is your wake up call." That's like the line, like trying to be like literal and figurative, right? And Gecko's like basically on the beach early morning, and he sees like the water crashing, right? And he tells him like, "Look, wait a minute, bud. I'm seeing the most beautiful thing, you know." And like, he's like looking at like the sky horizon and it's that shit that like that I can't stand. 'Cause I was watching it and I was like, "Oh, this is just meant to make you jealous. This is meant to make you jealous and envious of the wealth that they have." Um, because I think the key thing about the shot of him observing the horizon is that you actually don't see what he's observing in any real clear way. You get it all through Gecko. So it kind of like imposes upon you that to be able to understand the gravity of this, you would have to be Gordon Gecko. Like, so if my broke ass was out there, I wouldn't even see this correctly.
And
So
he's out in the Hamptons, right? Too.
yeah,
Like that's what it
yeah,
looks
yeah.
like. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
and like, look, the Hamptons is complex. You got people who work on the Hamptons who ain't got no money. They have this whole lot of class shit. But even if they were there, even if the worker was there, the worker would not be able to interpret the beauty here because they're not Gecko. And that's what that shot does. Like, you have to kind of like live through his body to be able to do it. And it's totally fucking bullshit. I gotta be Skeletor looking ass Michael Douglas. Doesn't he should have played Skeletor.
He should have.
You
Yeah,
know?
the line also when he picks up the phone, when Bud picks up the phone, is "Money never sleeps, Bud," and that of course becomes the t- the the title of the second movie is Wall Street Money Never Sleeps, which comes out in like the 2010s or whatever, way later. But yeah, so that line
Yeah.
is also another one, along with "Greed is Good," which we'll come to in a bit. Like that's one of the mantras of this movie is "Money never sleeps."
So the next part is when basically Bud starts spreading things around. So you get James Spader introduced into the movie. Um and James Spader, he's an old school friend, right? I think he's an old school friend or maybe something like that. I can't remember where they knew each other from.
I think they did go to college together. Yeah.
College together, yeah.
Yeah, he's
So
a he's a lawyer. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, he's a lawyer. And he's basically going to Spader's character to basically like under the guise of like stock advice. Hey, check this out, right? And he's like, okay, and what I mean, maybe you can explain it better. What exactly he's trying to do is get other investors to kind of help out Gecko's in how the investments are kind of laying around. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
there's 2 points of it. One, he's trying to get because lawyers have access to inside information,
right.
right? They have stuff that's privileged, they have stuff that's like not public yet. They know when certain things are going to be, released and so there's also that he's trying to get access to insider information, which James Spader is nervous about, but he
hmm
Bud is very much the like, hey, everybody's doing it. Like, this is what we this is,
I think
this
he
is how
literally
people
says
make.
that line.
Yeah,
Everybody's
he
doing it.
does. He does. Yeah. um so there's that angle of it, but there is also this thing that starts even earlier than this, which is when Gecko is going to make a deal. Part of what they need, like Gecko's going to buy a bunch of shares and stuff or sell a bunch of shares and stuff. He's going to make moves, right? And when he's making moves, one, it's an opportunity for other people to sort of ride the coattails of the deals. So right after he buys, they can buy too. But that benefits um, Gecko, right? Because if he's buying, for instance, and then a bunch of people buy after him, that's going to drive this price of the stock up because it's selling, right? Or it's people are purchasing it, right? And similarly, if he wants to if he wants to screw somebody on something, then he's going to sell it when it's at its high point, but then he actually wants other people to sell as well so that it drives the price of the stock down, right? And all of this is illegal. Like you can't like it's like collusion to manipulate the market. So it is another form of insider trading, but that's the way the whole scheme kind of works.
Right. They're called straw buyers. That was like the phrase they were called, right? And I don't know, man. And this is where I would want to talk to someone who knows, or maybe you do know, Jay, like someone who knows that. I'm like, then how does anyone really make money in this shit if they're not doing this practice on some level?
Yeah, I mean, it's common, like that type, even though, like, I mean, even though what makes it illegal is if there's like the insider information, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of this is going to happen. And so you're going to do X, Y, and Z. So it's also why Bud never tells the people that he's doing these dealings with, like why he's doing it, right? They'll be like, well, what do you know? And he was like, don't worry about it, kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it's true that when people like if you just saw a stock making a run or making a
Right.
dive, right? There's nothing illegal about going and purchasing it or selling it. That's not
Mm-hmm.
actually, but it is the fact that he's chaining all of these other accounts and all of these other deals into the moves that Gecko's making, which are also based on insider information, right? That makes the whole thing fraud basically.
Yeah. So yeah, and then you see it's like Bud starts progressively going on his mission to kind of like get more information. Like he goes into a business that I think does like evening like cleaning. Yeah.
This is correct too, right? Like, and they talk about this throughout the film is like
Yeah.
if the deals are spread out over enough different accounts, then it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't get flagged as insider trading because it's like, oh, everybody's just buying this shit. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Because then he goes into like this like cleaning business. They like clean businesses after dark and all that type of stuff. And he basically like says, goes into, hey, I can be your partner and I can do some stuff with it. And he's able to basically get a uniform. And what he does is he goes into these, basically he just goes into these businesses and he gets insider information. Goes into their documents and goes in and and steals the stuff and gives it back to Gecko and things like that and feeds it to his people. And I'm gonna say something, and I have a homie who works in big tech, and he'll probably watch this and he'll laugh. But when he started working for his company, one day he was at a bar, and a guy started talking to him, right? And the guy was like, "Hey, such and such, and where do you work? I work, and he was basically trying to get info out of him, right? And my friend like didn't do it, and the guy left. And then the homie said he found out later that it was actually a private eye hired by the tech company. And it was like basically like they do it to all the employees, right? To basically see like whether or not like, we can retain this dude. And he was like, oh shit. And so to the flip side is because they know there's probably people who out there who do this shit, who will sell information, who come in, who will do like the Bud Fox shit and give it to other people. Like they know that. And he was like, yeah. But he said it freaked, someone said that's scary. He said it freaked him the fuck out. Right. But he said, yeah, it was deep. It was some deep shit. It was like he was at a random bar at like maybe about like 20 minutes from his job. And he's like, yeah, they rolled up on me. And he's like, what the fuck is this? But yeah, it's real. So like that corporate espionage shit, yeah, real shit.
oh hell yeah. Hell yeah. Somewhere in there you get the line too, the guy's Rambo, he's got a Porsche turbo cabriolet, which like that the fucking Ryan, this is a weird reference, but Ryan Russillo frequently will be like, I'm a badass. I drive a Porsche turbo cabriolet, and like I never really understood what he was referencing it, and it may be another movie as well, but it's also this one. But anyway,
so yes, you get Bud able to like then go give his dad, you know, not only does he give his dad back what he owes him, he gives him like another like I think he's giving like $5,000 or something like that.
yeah, he makes a comment that I figured all of the money that you gave me over the years, it was at least $5,000. So that's
Right.
the assumption as they gave him $5,000.
And and you get to see like his dad working in the habitat. I just think Martin Sheen is so Martin Sheen does the cliche thing they do for working class people and give him a gruffy voice. I hate that shit. Someone from working class always kind of has to have a voice that's kind of like this. Ooh, it's so bad. Like it's like Martin, man, you so far from being Esteves. you so far from your Esteves life, Martin. You forgot, what it was like, homie. Though I don't know actually how he grew up. Actually, I never really looked it up.
It's like the Christian Bale Batman voice.
Oh my god, it's so fucking bad, dude. One of the worst voices ever. But the other thing is, like, I found it interesting that an airline company also ended up being, and I think it's a good time to bring it in because it kind of becomes like the next big hinge pretty soon, where Stone wants to situate the kind of like American company that's falling apart, right? And the idea of the airline and like transport and it's weird. The other thing that, because it's weird, it also shows his lack of class politics is the way the movie's shot. Everything is, he loves the wides and to show the totality of things, but even when he has the workers, they're in wides too. So he doesn't have a way that he thinks of capital, of like the different kind of class realities, right? Everything is like this one big soup of civilization. So in that way, it is a civilizational film. It's not a film about like class warfare. And it's not a film about, definitely not a film about class struggle. Like it has none of that. But he wants to invoke it a little bit because he's like, it's a civilizational crisis movie, and a couple of like Gecko's lines that I come up pretty soon will literally like invoke that, right, about the crisis.
Yeah, a couple things. The Daryl Hannah decorating apartment scene is right before this, the initial one, so we get that. And she does her thing about like, she wants to do, what is it? I have a dream of doing for furniture what Laura Ashley did for fabrics. He's like, sounds great. I'll take you public. That's what Bud says, right? So like, there's a whole thing that goes on with her, right? And like, she has to be backed by capital, which is like an important thing. You might have something you want to. Do you have something you want to say on that piece?
Yeah, I mean, this is a big thing about the socialite relationship in, especially through visual art, to big capital and the patronage relationship, and that like there is this like idea that culture lives there, and like the highest level of culture lives there, and and I think Stone is almost like Stone's own like, I think maybe his own like emotional gripes of like the fact that I have to be a real artist, I have to be kind of like proximity to like these big capital people. But it doesn't have a real read on really the art market. It's like really degraded long history of that type of shit. Like if Mark Rothko was alive and he watched this movie, he probably would have broke the fucking screen at Daryl Hannah's characters. Like, what the fuck is this bullshit? Like this idea that, this kind of interior design kind of career is like some extension of like high culture that's now that it's wedded to capital, it's become degraded. It's not a really like substantive critique. And I think there's always a way people like Stone, who I do think on some level sees himself as an artist, always wants to kind of like make a kind of like small apologia for his own existence and for those people's kinds of existence. Hannah's also really bad in the movie. It's not written well either, so it's hard to kind of also get a real read. Like she does not seem like she wants to be in the movie at all. So it's like really bad.
Yeah. I don't understand the 80s fascination with Daryl Hannah. I mean, at some point we'll have to do Splash, but like, it's like, yeah, I never got it. The So one point on the airline thing that's not contextualized at all within the film, but there's specific things that are going on at the time that influence why that is the story. Which again is not, they don't, Stone doesn't explain this. So if people go back and watch it, you wouldn't necessarily know. But there was an airline deregulation act, it was called, in 1978. So Jimmy Carter's administrations that deregulated the airline industry in the United States, removing federal control over areas like fares, routes, and market entry of new airlines, right? So like all of those, before that, there was a much greater degree, as there is in most countries in the world, of federal regulation of airlines. Like in a lot of countries, airlines are nationalized, right? And, you know, if people have flown, the fares are usually cheaper. And it's also like flights don't just get canceled all the time like they do in the United States. Because if they're having a flight at that time, they're going to fly it unless there's like, a major weather event or something like that. Um, and so this leads to a lot of upheaval. Um, it does lead eventually to lower fares. So the fares actually go down between like 1979 and 94. But this, like, it's largely just backbreaking for labor. It led to heavy losses and conflicts with labor unions for a number of carriers, 8 major carriers: Eastern, Midway, Braniff, Pan Am. And Braniff, is Braniff even the name of the one in this one? I don't remember. Continental, Northwest Airlines, Frontier, and TWA, and more than 100 smaller airlines went bankrupt or were liquidated, including most of the dozens of new airlines founded in the deregulated aftermath. So basically, long story short, it leads to a whole bunch of consolidation and a lot of backbreaking of labor unions associated with the airlines in the period, which obviously that was part of the intent of the policy.
Interesting.
And so that's one of the realities that is never really explained within the film.
Mm-hmm.
You just see it kind of playing out in relation to this one airline in the film.
So the next kind of part is you see basically the kind of cementing of Bud and Gecko's relationship, where he basically gives him power of attorney, right? Limited, or a sort of limited power of attorney to his work, quote unquote. So kind of like, like their deal is now kind of situated, and now Bud is now, he's now hit the like the high life. He's proven himself to basically get there. You're gonna say something?
Well, it's also a clear setup, and it's
Yeah.
pretty like the lawyers even sort of laying that out for
And,
him.
and the way the lawyer talks, like the guy plays it a little like, yeah, he's a little nervous, like, yeah, you about to get fucked, Obi.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not subtle. Like if anybody was going through that in real life, they'd be like, what's actually happening right now?
Why are you
And
shaking,
instead,
man?
yeah. And instead Charlie Sheen just reads it as like, yes, like I've made it. But he does say to him, like, the accountability of all of these trades like stops with you. Basically Gordon will have no knowledge officially of anything that you're doing. And
Right.
so it is to totally separate out, Gordon's deals, because these are all investments with Gordon's money, to say that this person has the power to make the deals, but also not to run them by him, and which of course he is actually doing. but it basically sets him up to be the fall guy for
Yeah.
all this insider trading stuff.
And then even in the movie, there's like the line, the stakes are going up. Don't make any mistakes. Da 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 da. Like obviously, we all know by that point he's going to make a mistake. Otherwise, we wouldn't be watching this movie. And then you get like a scene right after with him and Daryl Hannah. You get the kind of like she's like out there, I guess, surfing, and he brings her, a towel. And she's like, how'd your meeting with Gordon go? And he says, we decided to like carve the world between the two of us. So dude is really feeling himself. He's got the woman that he wants. He's now in league with the guy he thinks is like the greatest genius in the world, right? And he gets on the phone with James Spader, to get him to basically, get him to kind of buy in, right? And then and the other thing that they do consistently is like bring him back to, the boy, the floor with the real people, and he gets all these lines. What does he say? What does he say? Like we're all one stock, we're all one trade away from the ground floor or some shit like this to him.
Well, this is the old dude who's getting the guy who was like the troubled. He's kind of you mentioned Glenn Ross. It's sort of Jack Lemmon's character within Glenn Ross is getting the boot.
Yep.
But of course, he also had a corner office, right? So now Bud Fox is like getting his office right after he gets fired and has no qualms about it. There was also the line in the previous scene where Daryl Hannah said that he asked her, like, what do you want? And she says, a Turner, perfect canary diamond, world peace, the best of everything. Right. And he's like, is that all? And she's like, no, that's not all. But I also thought that was such a funny thing. Like, the idea of world peace was the thing that actually stood out to me in it, because I'm like, this notion, right, that these fucking people whose entire existence is built upon fucking the
she's an
empire holding
interior
down
designer, bro. She's got the vibe, bro. She listens to We Are the World at home.
It's so funny, and it actually reminds me a lot of a very specific family member who thankfully is not watching this right now, I'm sure, who married somebody who made a lot of money in this kind of, capital investment world. But when she was younger, she worked for Greenpeace, and she had the very this very granola kind of like 80s and world peace, like that idea of world peace in the 80s. And I think it's important to say, because like we can go back and we can look at shit like the We Are the World and like, the kind of Michael Jackson, Lionel Richie, like all this sort of stuff, and think, oh yeah, like there were these celebrities who really, it was a very weird project promoted by Capital. And world peace really, I think more than anything in 1987 meant like maybe communism can finally fall and Capital could just take over everything.
That's
like
totally what it means. That's totally what it means. You had Live Aid, like all that type of shit. I mean, yeah, no, it's like Capital could take over. The Daryl Hannah and Wall Streets of the world can do humanitarian work every 6 months, and that'll be world peace, right? We'll help the refugees and feed the people in Africa, and that's world peace to them. And I get to be excessive and hang out with Gordon Gekko and Bud Fox, and go between the two of them, right? When I feel that's world peace. Yeah. So so yeah, Bud has like the big office. His boss gives him the line, I always knew you were the one, which is funny towards the back end of the movie, when his boss then says, I always knew you were shit. who was the one who was gonna be the thief, and yeah, he buys an Upper East Side apartment. And this is kind of what I was talking about last week about like with Big and the kind of like, this was definitely the New York thing. because he lives in the Upper West Side on like the up and coming, but definitely with like high finance. The marker of high finance was Upper East Side. Actually, I mean, they kind of say it in the movie a little bit. The fact that he lives on the Upper West Side, was with Daryl Hannah, is actually seen as like a lowbrow thing. Like he's hanging out with people who do heroin and play jazz. Like like Upper West Side. That's a key indicator that you don't make real money, right? Upper East Side, okay, right? Because even when he like buys, when he's like about to like, he's like seeing the spot with like the lady with like the broker, right? And she doesn't know whether or not he can afford it. So, do you want something cheaper? How about on First Avenue? And that's a real thing, because First Avenue is actually where it's like much cheaper, right? Like if you live on Park, can you live on Lexington, right? There's all these like really like monikers. He was like, can you really afford this? And then I think he overbids the amount, right? I think
I can't
he
remember what it
offers,
was, but he's like 950,000 is what he says. He'll put
yeah,
up
it's
for
like just under $1
rent.
million. He basically offers for the apartment, and then he gets his new girlfriend to like Daryl Hannah to basically like interior design the place and bring it up to the code of
The fake exposed brick is the part that always got me. They put that fucking like sheet of fake exposed brick on it and then like paint over it to like make it look like, that's just like, oh my God.
But then the movie, like, this is where the movie also gets really bad. So like he's getting like the art, and like they're like hanging out, they're eating, they have like little toaster ovens, they're having candlelight dinners and all this type of stuff, and like, but then he has this moment after they make love, right? And there's like a blue light, and Daryl Hannah's like laid out on the bed, and then he goes out to the balcony and he sees the city, and he says, "Who am I?" So, you see, I'm coughing. I can't even actually take it seriously. He goes, "Who am I?" I was like, Stone, just have the dude look out. No lines here. No lines here. She's like, "Come back to bed, bud." Like, it's so cliche. It's like, Bud Fox, let's be real. That's the thing with Bud. He's trying to always humanize him. And I'm just like, you don't need to. Just have Bud be a shit who just learns his lesson at the end of it.
That's one of the things that's really hard. Like, I will say, is a really interesting alternate universe in which Charlie Sheen does not get cast in Platoon or Wall Street, and they actually go with a good actor in both. Because it's just, it's terrible.
Someone in the chat said like cast James Spader. I was like, Spader would have been good.
He would have been better for sure. Much better actor.
He'd been much better. He'd been very interesting. Matthew Modine would have had his own problems. He was the other person that was floated for it.
Yeah.
I'm not in the Matthew Modine camp. That motherfucker was always very.
we need to do Full Metal Jacket soon so that we can go into the Matthew Modine.
Yo, I mean, they really tried to make him They really tried to make Matthew Modine a movie star. Like, it's just like, when I think about that logically, I'm like, Matt, is that? Gosh, I can't get it.
It's kind of like the male version of Daryl Hannah. I mean, I do think there is this fascination in the 80s with like blonde and like, a certain kind of look. And it's just, yeah.
Oh, man. So then you get the next scene where Gecko and Daryl Hannah are at the art auction, and they're doing the whole kind of like art thing, and I always think of this scene. This is probably Jay-Z probably loves this scene. This is Jay-Z when he was like, "You got to go buy." What did Jay-Z say? You got to go buy art. Yeah, you got to go buy the Basquiat, or like, you got to go buy art, right? That was like the thing that you got to go do. And every Jay-Z wannabe went out there was like, "Yo, can I go buy some art this week?" What art can I buy? They went and bought a painting, hoping that it would make some money. But yeah, you get
Listen,
the whole.
I have lots of art from my kids to sell. Anybody out there who wants, I'm gonna bring some on next time, show it off.
Also, get the art from your homies that you like. Like, you think it's good and put it on your wall. Like, don't. uh, I'm flipping Peytons, bruh. I'm flipping Peytons. You know, it's so fucking corny. But yeah, they're at the auction and like, and like, yeah, like Hannah's character definitely is also this like, I mean, the woman figure is the conduit to like a more like elevated life kind of thing. Like she gives him a certain like, elevation. It's just stupid. So they then have the conversation where it's confirmed that Gecko and her definitely had something. He basically was like, "Yo, you want to go hit a hotel?" She's like, "No, we ain't doing that. I'm actually falling for Bud." He gives her the speech that like basically he kind of tells her that like I know you're falling for him, but actually you're like me, right? Like you don't really love. Like you're one of the only people who you have the exact line.
You and I are the same, Darian. We both understand that love is a fiction created to keep people from jumping out of windows.
And you know what? There was a period in my life that I probably would have loved that line. At like 25 with like a broken heart, that have been like the best line in history. And then now, not even being in love made me realize that's stupid. It's just stupid. Yeah, you don't have to be in love to real that line is fucking stupid. Um,
Yeah,
but
and
yeah,
that's just like it's also just the total like the playboy, like, it's just it's like that's the
what
idea is that it's like it benefits men that don't want any, they don't want to be responsible for anything.
well, another thing that has came up in, and I read this book recently by a woman named Anna Kornbluh. It's called Immediacy, and she has a really good point about the in the 80s, but it really takes place into the 90s of singular rebels becoming the kind of predominant archetype love, not just by men, also by women in movies, right? So this is actually another point where I think someone like Gecko is attractive to people because his idea that he is not the unattachment. She says like one of the big kind of revelatory characters is someone like De Niro and Pacino's character in Heat. The fact that the pursuit of what they believe in, right, is actually seen as like a providence of like the modern humanity. So Gecko saying that him and Darian are these kind of same coin. I do think it also does some nasty work on like a different levels of people. The other thing she also says is she kind of also implies that that Gecko used to be a little different in their conversation. Like the Gecko we see now isn't the same, right? So there's like a kind of this implication that like this like pursuit towards a kind of like totalizing takeover has further corrupted him from a kind of like core essential that was probably closer to this like artisty kind of person that Darian is. um the next sequence is definitely the very, very, very famous Teldar paper. I guess this would be what a shareholders meeting.
Yeah, I think that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah. He's bought out, and this is like kind of, it's sort of a subplot. Really, I think the whole purpose of it is for him to be able to make this speech, right? But from the very beginning, in the first deal that Charlie Sheen's character Bud Fox pitches to him, you hear in the background this Taldar paper deal. So that's going on. So I'll start out the speech here, and then if Mtume wants to do some of it, when he comes back, he can join. But basically, this is where you get the the movie's most famous lines. Um, so it's a long speech, actually, right? Like this is a long speech within the movie. He says, "Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Gordon Gekko now speaking to the shareholders after I don't remember all of what they've talked about, but they've basically told them that, um, you know, that he's greedy, right? You get that from the audience or from the one of the I don't know if it's like I think it's another shareholder, maybe like of a lesser amount of shares, or maybe it's like a CEO. I don't really know who that first character is supposed to be, but then Gordon gets the chance to do his speech. Do you want to do part of this, M2 or do you want? Yeah,
Yeah, you can start it and then let me know when you want me to jump in.
sure. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are not here to indulge in fantasy, but in political and economic reality. America. America has become a second rate power.
That's a big thing.
Yep. Its trade deficit and its fiscal deficit are at nightmare proportions. Now, in the days of the free market, when our country was a top industrial power, there was accountability to the stockholder, the Carnegies, the Mellons, the men that built this great industrial empire made made sure of it because it was their money at stake. Today, management has no stake in the company. That's a really key point too, because again, like Tashama Yu's book on the ungovernable society, it is all about that question of management stake in the company and how that gets dealt with under shareholder capitalism. But anyways, you want to keep going?
I find my place. I was looking for something. You started at the management part, right? Altogether, these men sitting up here tell Dar management own less than 3% of the company. And where does Mr. Cromwell put his $1 million salary? Not in Teldar stock. He owns less than 1%. You own the company. That's right. You, the stockholder. That's another big thing in that era. You got told a lot. I'm trying to remember that. Actually, that's like a really so yeah, I'm gonna stop here because I think we might have talked about this. And I'd be curious, people in the chat, who here bought stock in school?
I did. Yeah.
So I remember, and I wonder if he got it from this movie. That's actually what my teacher who bought the stock actually said. He said like a version of that line that you own the company, you're the stockholder. And that was like a thing he really tried to implant to me. And like there was never any conversation about workers or anything. It was about the stockholders, and but not really even a substantive conversation around that also. But I remember that being a really big thing. Like 80s was obsessed with stocks, and especially working people getting stocks or learning about the stock market or investing. I feel like we did talk. Maybe it was Trading Places. We did talk about this, but it was like there was a real obsession with stocks and people who come from the middle class, lower middle class, whatever working class need to get their stock game up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, and it's a big psyop for our generation for sure.
Yeah.
Because again, it's like it obfuscates ownership, right? For sure. And we'll get to this. It gets worse, but he says, and you are being royally screwed over by these bureaucrats with their steak lunches. Wait, did he say that? Oh yeah, okay. He says, with their hunting and fishing trips, their corporate jets and golden parachutes.
This is an
Cromwell says,
outrage. You're out of line, Gecko.
Teldar Paper, Mr. Cromwell. Teldar Paper has 33 different vice presidents, each earning over $200,000 a year. Now, I have spent the last 2 months analyzing what all these guys do, and I still can't figure it out. One thing I do know is that our paper company lost $110 million last year, and I bet half of that was spent in all the paperwork going back and forth between all these vice presidents.
Dig.
The new law of evolution in corporate America seems to be survival of the unfittest. Well, in my book, you either do right or you get eliminated. In the last 7 deals that I've been involved with, there were 2.5 million stockholders who made a pre-tax profit of $12 billion. Thank you. I am not the destroyer of companies. I am a liberator of them.
All right, I'll
You
keep
want to
going.
finish it off?
I'll finish it off. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, that greed, for lack of a better word, is good. Greed is right. Greed works. Greed clarifies, cuts through, and captures the essence of the evolutionary spirit. Greed in all of its forms, greed for life, for money, for love, knowledge, has marked the upward surge of mankind. And greed, you mark my words, will not only save Teldar Paper, but that other malfunctioning corporation called the USA. Thank you very much. I mean, you know what's funny about that speech? It's like, I feel like I hear versions of that speech from people all the time. Like, I bet you could go find the John Hope Bryant version of Greed is Good. I'm sure it exists.
So it was also, I mean, it was based off of a real speech that
By
was
who?
given by Ivan Boesky, who's one of the characters that is based on, who did go to, was involved in the illegal trading, insider trading stuff. He ended up serving his sentence at Lompoc Federal Prison Camp, for folks who know that one. But the basis, so he gave it as a graduation speech at Berkeley at their School of Business. And he said, the actual think, there's a couple of different quotes from it. One is, I think greed is healthy. You can be greedy and still feel good about yourself, was one of them. But he also had another, I'll try to find it. He also had another like line that was similar to that. And yeah, I mean, I think that this is part of why I think this is such a one. I don't agree with people who want to situate Gordon Gekko as the villain of the film, because I just don't think that he's
There is no
ultimately
villain.
treated. I don't think he's ultimately treated as a villain by the script or the movie or the way that, these scenes. And I think that like, you will hear 47 different versions of, like, capitalism is human nature from people, right? That people, that we've always had I actually hear people talk about like markets from like ancient civilizations or whatever, and say like, oh, see, this proves that humans just always want to do capitalism, basically.
Yeah, no,
you
that's a
know
really prevalent argument. It's real.
yeah, you hear it from people all the time. And so again, like, films like this only just say like, it's just a discussion about like regulation and having rules around it,
And
but
also
yeah,
lack of bureaucracy. I mean,
right.
Gecko is one line from saying, "What are we, Soviets? There's 33
Totally.
vice presidents. What are we, Soviets? Is this the
Bureaucracy.
Kremlin?" you know?
And he says free market like we used to have, right? Like, so he's talking about the time of the robber barons, right, as the free market. And yeah, I mean, this is the dominant Reaganite ethos in the 1980s. It's why liberals also loved this film, because they saw it as kind of an anti-Reagan, deregulation, anti-whatever movie, which it's not even that. Again, we'll get to the conclusion. It's clearly not that. But yeah. So anyway, that's the limit of it. But you're right. I mean, I think that also that point of the US being a second-rate power is also true by the 1980s to a certain extent, right? Like, if
Yeah.
you like Radhika Desai and other people have kind of like talked about like that, they would say, I mean, I think they say it later. Don't they have a comment about link of Nixon taking them off the gold standard and fucking everything up? I think that's
There is that line.
one of the stockbrokers makes that line, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's all of this concern in the 1980s about that we don't make anything anymore. We're not we have this weird financial capitalism that's gotten away from the way that it's supposed to work, and it's leading into this area where people are just doing crazy shit just to make money, and it doesn't have anything to do with the real economics of the society, basically.
Yeah, that's and one other thing to add. I mean, I think this is where the stocks thing also, and the idea that you own part of the company, gets a bit more like nasty, because what it does, it tells the populace that the surplus value extraction that happens through capitalism is actually fundamentally meaningless. I mean, it's not mentioned in this film. There is none. There really is no mention. And not even the phrase. I'm talking about that structural relation of extraction is never depicted in this film at all, in any way. So you eliminate that and you give this idea, because they do fundamentally agree with the idea of the film, that a stockholder is the owner of the thing, and they move it forward. That just tells working people, well, I just got to buy stock. And stock is the way for me to, I guess, keep the American project going and no longer make us a second rate thing because the bureaucrats are eating too much steak. That's the
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah, I'll save my other comment on it because it'll come up in these next scenes as we talk
Yeah.
about what happens with the unions and things like that. But
Oh
like,
man. Yeah.
but yeah, it's a heavy ethos of you know you're missing out if you're not in the market. It's honestly a lot like for this generation, the thing that is most similar is like the way that they push crypto, or
Yeah.
like even like poly market and gambling, like FanDuel and all of that shit, like this kind of like very like that's the kind of propaganda we had, but towards the stock market in like the 80s and the 90s.
So yeah, so the next kind of like arc in the film is Bud, he's now in his high life kind of thing. He's got his girl, and now he has this plan for Blue Star Airlines that he wants to pitch to Gordon, for basically to kind of help resurrect the airline, right? And you know, because his dad is like, I guess, like he's the union delegate, and he grew up around it, that he can kind of convince them around Bud's plan to make this happen. They're in like Gordon's like private jet, right, where he gives him the pitch, right? And Gordon at first is like, I think he says specifically like that airlines have been giving people like us a shit. They don't want to get involved with airlines. Like, it's like something that he wants to do. But Bud says, like, I've never, he kind of does like the homie thing, like, I've never asked you for anything. Help me save this airline. And they do this thing that I think is really nasty, because they basically make the core of Bud one that does have an egalitarian kind of like wish. He just doesn't have he's ideologically fucked up, right? Like, he doesn't get it, right? He wants, and I'm talking through Stone's perspective. He sees this as a core good thing within Bud, right? But ideologically, he's so jacked up that he can't see the forest from the trees of who Gordon is, or that maybe this deal is foolhardy, because then his dad, gives him the real deal talk a little bit later.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Yes, like the setup is that Gordon's basically telling him like we're gonna strip this thing down and all of
Yeah.
this, and Bud's like, no, like we can. Bud is like, I worked there. I mean, I actually take it less personally, and that, maybe you're right in terms of how Stone views it, but I take it a little less as an egalitarian thing and more of like, I don't want to my father, like I see it more as he wants his father to be proud of him, and he doesn't want his
Mm.
father to be, like, you fucked me, and you ruined my retirement, and I've worked all this, and he sees the relationship that his father has to like his labor,
Mhm.
and also because he's worked there years ago as like a baggage handler or whatever, that like he knows the people who work within the company, And so he has like a personal stake is the way I viewed it, as like it would be bad for him within his personal life if he fucks over all these folks that he grew up with and his dad and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But either way, I mean, it's definitely supposed to be the right thing to do from Stone's perspective, right?
Right. Yeah.
And he makes he makes the case because Gecko's laying out all the reasons. He's like, look, the unions are really hard to deal with. Like it's not an easy industry basically to make a bunch of money in. Like we get screwed over stuff like this. I just want to strip it down and sell it off. And he's like, Bud has a little bit of a plan. He's like, I can get them to agree to a wage cut if we do this X, Y, and Z. He does talk about the pension. So this is also a really important thing in this period. It's also why everything fucking sucks now to all of you is that the 80s and the 90s were the period in which they destroyed pensions, like really true, and replaced them now with 401ks, right? Which is just an investment in stock and in the markets, as opposed to, for folks who don't know the difference, like a pension actually guarantees you a certain salary essentially for the rest of your life. And really the only people who have that anymore, to the extent that they even do, because it's been, even at the places that have pensions, the pensions have often been whittled down really significant through different reforms over the years. But places like, honestly, like MTA workers and stuff like that, like,
Or like the NFL, probably, like
well,
something like that, right? They're probably the only places that
yeah.
have like a pension.
Yeah, but even for them, like I know the health insurance thing was like a big scheme for a long time and all of that. So,
yeah,
yeah, I mean, there's teachers do have some, but it's not, it's way different than it was in that period in terms of, all of that. And it depends state by state. But anyways, this is the period in which that's all being gutted. And that's basically like what Bud Fox lays out for Gordon Gecko, is basically like, you're going to make a lot of money by basically like destroying this pension. I mean, he doesn't quite say it in those terms, but it's noted that this is the big area where Gordon can make money, is essentially by that this pension is really bloated. And so if they can get that shifted off to something else, then they can bring in a lot of the capital. So anyway, but then you get the pitch meeting next in,
which is
it's in Bud Fox's apartment at that point.
And then you have, so the three kind of sectors are like the workers who do like the maintenance of the planes. You have the pilots, and I guess the other ones would be the flight attendants, right? Is that like the three? I think it's the three.
It's weird because they refer to three, but in certain scenes there's like 5 of them. And there's also a representation of, and maybe these are the flight attendants, but there's like, they talk about reservations. This is in a scene later on. So there's like the people who, do customer service and reservations and stuff. And a lot of times that is the flight attendants. Like if you go on an airline, it's the flight attendants who do the booking and then they come in. But whatever, there's that portion. Then there's the baggage handlers do come up as like a separate group at one point. But I think the big ones are the ones you're talking about. I think it's the pilots, it's the maintenance, and it's the flight attendants, I think, are the key ones.
And they each have a rep. So like, and then like Martin Sheen's character, like he's the one, Mr. Fox, he's like the late one. And then Daryl Hannah does like the good girlfriend thing. I hope you come when she meets him. She hasn't yet met him, right? And she's like, "Welcome to the house," and she's like, I hope you come around more. And like from the minute Gecko kind of like is like, Sheen kind of gives him like a little bit of like shade when they first meet him. So Gecko knows like, oh yeah, this dude is gonna be a problem. And he does the whole thing where he like drops the plate on purpose, right, to kind of like break up the vibe a little bit, to kind of like change the vibe, because he's like, he realizes, oh, this shit's like a bit, this shit might go sideways, right? And you get another opportunity from Michael Douglas. Now, this is where you really get him. He has like the next shot is he got the coat off, right? The suspenders and the cigarette. He's doing the Riley halftime speech, right? really like, I forget. What is it? He's telling them like everything about why they need to kind of restructure the business in order to be successful, right? And
So
go ahead.
one of the things that he says is, I'm asking for a modest 20% across the board wage cut and 7 more hours a month. And I just found that like so fucking hilarious. Like that the starting point is you're going to take 20% across the board wage cut and you have to work an extra like 2 hours a week, basically. Right. And the way that he says it is that, they're like, well, for how long? And he's like, a year. And then like the idea that they're pitching is that we'll turn it around to profitability. And he says, then we'll make it right and we'll give you stock options, essentially.
But he also says, he doesn't say even if in the year it goes back to what it was. He says a reasonable percentage. So even within that year, they wouldn't actually go back to what they had before. What will then make it up is the stock options. That'll be the thing. And he's like, stock options. Right, ooh, I got you. You'll be an owner like everybody else, right? And like the flight attendant lady, she's like, yeah, this is a bit off, but not off. She's like, I want to see the fine print, but like I'm with it. I forget what the pilot guy says. I mean, he goes with it, right? But he's essentially,
Yeah, they're both on board. He said, I think he
yeah,
says, I feel like we're in the ballpark, which
we're in
like
the
it's
ballpark.
fucking nuts. Like if you're a union representative and you have to go back and say like, oh, we have a
Yeah,
20, like that they wouldn't start with like, what do you mean a wage cut? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right. But I do think, again, this is an area where it would help if there was a little more context of the period too for people, because if you know that all of these airlines are going through this and being liquidated and bought up and so on and so forth, it'd make a little more sense why labor is behaving the way that it does in this film. But yeah, I mean, it's still crazy. And then you get Martin Sheen's,
Martin Sheen.
section.
Well, like one thing before that, I mean, the thing that it's funny, like kind of what Gecko's pitching is like shit that I hear all the time from like administration at my school, right? And it's interesting that Stone, I mean, it gets clear with the Terrence Stamp thing. Actually, let's not go there. It gets clearer with that actually when that happens, what I'm about to say. But yeah, you get Carl Fox, right, when he says like there came into Egypt a pharaoh who did not know.
Yeah.
you know.
Because
No,
the line
yeah.
preceding that is that he says, I forget what he said, but he's like, "You got anything else?" Like, and he's like, "Well, it feels like a lot, but let me know what's on your mind, And that's what he says. Yeah, there came into
Yeah.
Egypt a pharaoh who did not know.
Yeah, and Gecko's like, I
Uh,
beg your pardon. Is that a proverb? He goes, no, a prophecy. The rich have been doing it to the poor since the beginning of time. The only difference between the pyramids and the Empire State Building is the Egyptians didn't allow unions. I know what this guy is all about. Greed. He don't give a damn about Blue Star or the unions. He's in and out for the buck, and he don't take prisoners. So it's funny. It's interesting to see like suddenly Stone dip into like unionism for a second, right? A kind of like quasi like pro union politics, you know. Which is interesting because I actually watched an Argentinian movie the night before. It's a very well-known Argentinian movie called The Traitors by Raimundo Glacier from the 70s. Sad movie because it actually was the film that got Glacier murdered by the fucking bourgeois Peronists. Yeah, they killed him over this movie, but it was about this kind of like concept. Like Martin Sheen's character would have actually been one of the people who killed, who was advocating fucking over all the communists, right? This kind of idea. But it's interesting to see like Stone, like where he kind of plants himself with labor and this kind of character, right? The Egyptians didn't allow unions, right? So like basically this is the soul of America, right? That old shit of the Egyptians, right? Is, yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of capitalism, but we're gonna have our unions, right? And that's the thing, right? But also it naturalizes fucked up social relations that you also can't get beyond it, right? That there is a natural law of rich and poor. You can't get beyond it. It's like the way of the universe for from the beginning to now and forever.
Yeah. I don't have anything to add to that other than right after. So he leaves, right? And Bud Fox, Charlie Sheen's character, follows him out into the hallway and is like basically telling his dad that he's an embarrassment, which is also, I mean, is like really fucked up too, because it's like, you're the fucking embarrassment, kid. Like, you
Yeah,
know,
it also does that fucking like, Dad, because you don't listen to me.
yeah.
You don't.
Oh,
Oh God, why don't you like believe in me, Dad? And like, because they have to let in this thing that Martin Sheen's character might be like correct, but he should have been a little bit nicer to his son.
well, right. And they started that when he came in, when he gets introduced to Daryl Hannah. He's like, I didn't beat him and I didn't lock him in a closet. Like,
Right, exactly. Like it's like the working class dad is a shithead, and he just he
he
was
drinks and
he
smokes and
drinks and
beats his kid
smokes.
and,
Exactly.
angry,
Why do you
the
always
angry
smoke when you're
machinist.
around me? The angry machinist, with his wrench wreaking havoc in the house, right? And yeah, he gets into this big thing because he basically makes it a moral thing. Well, he does two things. He says you have the right to bring it to
The
the people in the union,
responsibility.
the
Yeah.
responsibility. Yeah, go ahead.
I have some of the dialogue. So this is the part where Bud Fox says to his dad, "Look, save the workers of the world unite speech. I heard it too much growing up." Right? So then you get the whole like, his dad's a secret communist with that labor shit. Um and Bud tells him, "Look, you're going to get axed and the whole airline is. And if it isn't Gecko, it's going to be some other killer." Right? Which is, it comes up another point too, but like this is how it all becomes naturalized too, right? Is it's like it's just the market basically dictating that your company is going to get destroyed, right? And so this is your one chance to preserve it. His dad says, "He's using you, kid. He's got your prick in his back pocket and you're too blind to see it." Um he says, "No, what I see is a jealous old machinist who can't stand the fact that his son's become more successful than he has." um you know what you see is a guy who never measured success by the size of a man's wallet. Uh, and then he says, "That's because you didn't have the guts to go out in the world and stake your own claim." And then he says, "Boy, if that's the way you feel, I must have done a really lousy job as a father." And I have to say, like, that part, it, there is something about the difficulty, I think, of the fact that transmission of politics intergenerationally are very complicated because of the relationships between kids and their parents. Like, it just is. And I'll just put that aside because that's not a particularly profound thing, but it is something that I've become more and more aware of it as a father. Um, but the point you're bringing up is he's like, essentially, you have a responsibility to take this to the men and ask them to vote on it, basically. And this is where he gets the part that, that you're particularly talking about. "Oh yeah, your men, your fucking men. All my life, your men have been able to count on you. Why is it you've never been there for me, huh?" And then you get this weird line from him, from the dad, of, "I don't sleep with no whore and I don't wake up with one, and that's why I can live with myself," which I'm like, What is
First,
he?
I was like, is he talking about Daryl Hannah? I was like, what is going on here? I was really off on that line. And then I guess because he's a salesman, is that like a salesman shot line that like you whore yourself out as a salesperson? Yeah, that was just a weird line.
I mean,
Quite
his
land.
son does sleep with prostitutes in the movie. I'm just saying, like, I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe dad knows more about his life than Yeah, I mean, this if Stone was a smarter person, he could have. Because I do think your point is correct. Like, there's definitely a kernel of truth to the, or like a rational kernel where you could look at it and say, well, this could be an actual relation in terms of like the political horizon is changing, and both of their answers being really not it. But Stone, he sees it as a kind of moral thing where like dad is just older and wiser. Dad can sniff Gecko. This kind of like, you know, um whatchamacallit, knowledge is not something that you understand. Like he's like dad has seen it before. But on the flip side, if dad had been a bit more nice, Bud wouldn't be looking for another dad in Gecko, right?
Mhm.
Which is really what it is. He's like the other father, right?
Yeah,
Where like the uncle becomes the father type thing. It's just
yeah, and I think, I mean, what movies always leave out too is like they just deal with these things as like generational kind of dynamics rather than also taking into like the broader, thrust of like what capital pushes people towards and towards in terms of mentalities, and also what's available to people in different generations, and promoted to people in different generations as like this is the way that, like, in Martin Sheen's generation, becoming a union laborer and like buying a house in Queens and getting a pension, right, would have been the thing that American capitalist society would have promoted, of this is what you are supposed to do. This is the American dream, right, in a sense. And unions were a part of that in, the 1930s, 40s, 50s, right? And by the time you get to Bud Fox, you are being told to be Gordon fucking Gecko. Like that is what is being promoted to people.
fucking 80s, man. So the next moment you get is, I think you actually have gotten it before. I think he actually does trigger. We didn't miss that he's already triggered Stockwatch. Um, at some point, he's already kind of triggered them, and they're starting to kind of look. He kind of triggers them like actually. I think it's like right after the scene that he gets the power of attorney. It's like a scene or two, right? I think it's after the Spader call.
There's one scene with Spader where Spader's like, these guys are asking around about my
Well, that's
accounts, and he's
later, but there's a moment where you actually see Stockwatch
okay.
after he does something. They literally just, it's like a quick scene, right? And because where Bud doesn't, no one has an idea. Because then the next scene that kind of happens after the thing with his dad is not, now Stockwatch is like doing the work, and then they go to Spader, and then Spader does the whole shit like, yo, they're calling me, asking me all these questions about stuff like that, and then it is like a drug dealer scene. Yo, man, the cops were at my house. Yo, man, it's cool, bro. Like nobody knows nothing. Like she totally does that to him. Even how he comes in with the glasses, and there's a whole vibe like, bro, stop tripping, man. You get under. What does he say? It's Gordon. They're always looking around for things that he does, and they're always checking in on stuff, right? But he's he doesn't have like the proper kind of like worry that Stockwatch is definitely looking at his ass now and the things that they're doing.
No, I mean, he thinks he's bulletproof, and I mean, I do think that there's the like, yeah, we'll come to it later, but I do think you're supposed to sort of believe that Gecko is so powerful, actually, and such a player within Capital, that he's actually sort of safe under his umbrella. That's the way I sort of read it in some ways. I mean, I know that's not entirely what Stone is probably going for because he's basing it off of real life scandals, but like That is sort of implied in a certain way. And also that Gecko knows how to do it, right? Because he's tells him
Yeah.
like the formula and he's been doing it for so long.
Oh, it definitely seems like Bud's fuck up and not Gordon's. It's totally because then the next scene you get is after he kind of tells Spader to kind of calm down, then Spader's like, oh, you know that they're here. And so I guess his law firm is handling the stuff for Blue Star, which is like a really like right. It was bad, right? It's like a bad written like, oh, how convenient. It's down the block.
It's very fucking convenient. Yeah, it's just
I
like in
was
the
like,
next room.
I was
Like,
like, what is this? I was like, wait, I don't get
yeah,
how this is that, and basically he goes there and they're doing, I guess it's contracts for the sale.
yeah. So the lawyers are involved in handling the purchase, the takeover of things. And so Fox is not supposed to be there, but because he is officially like the CEO of the company, which is another thing we didn't really deal with, but Gecko in buying it all up has made Bud Fox the CEO or the executive. I forget what they call it, but he's in charge essentially of the
I
company.
think he's the president.
And yeah,
Yeah.
and so so the lawyers don't balk at him being in the room. Like all of this is very convenient, right? Like you go to Spader, he tells you like we're being investigated, but oh hey, we're handling the Blue Star case. I'm gonna go do it. You want to come join me? And he walks in, and then they're like, oh, here's Bud Fox, he's the president. And so then they're talking about what Gecko has decided that he's going to do with the company, and it's just strip it all. It's like sell off everything, sell the planes to the Mexicans, I think he says, and
Yep,
like
yep.
all
He
this other
says
shit.
the plan was like straight liquidation, and then you get Bud, having his existential crisis in a chair, in a big law office boardroom in the middle of Lower Manhattan, and he's like, "What have I done?" I was like, "Should he jump out the window now? That'd be the best part." That's how you end the movie. Right? And he's like, he's definitely pissed. So then he goes back to Gordon's office, right? To Gecko's office, and goes by the secretary. I need to go see Gecko. And he goes right in. He got a couple of guys, there's a couple of Japanese guys. We have to also make the comment that like the Japanese are like, they're like specifically placed in a few scenes in the movie to have just like Japanese capital presence. The Japanese are around to kind of acknowledge their role as like a superpower in that moment of capital. I put those in quotations. But so yeah, and then he confronts Gordon Gecko on like, why did you lie to me? Why are you doing this? And Gecko's like, look, I had a different, I mean, he totally is lying to him too. He probably had that plan from the beginning, but he was just like, look, I made a different calculation. I wanted to do something different. And then you get a bunch more of, do you have those speeches? But I think I have some of them here too. But like those, like really, you get the really big Gordon Gecko lines in this sequence too. This is like another one of his Oscar, I think, winning sequences.
Yeah. So one line here is that, Bud asks him, but why did you need to wreck this company? And Gordon Gecko, of course, famously says, because it's wreckable, all right. Right. Like, so this again is just a kind of painting of a certain picture of finance capital at this time of just like do it just because we can and we can make a profit doing so, right? Yeah, I mean there's two segments I have here. It's all about Buck's kid part. Do you have some of this?
I probably, yeah. I think you could start it and then I can go into the other one. I have a
Sure.
bunch of them here. Yeah.
So so he's like the kind of wise, right, about this. And um he says like you're still going to be president, you'll parachute out a rich man and you'll have enough money like to provide your father. I don't have the actual lines about that part.
Me neither.
But he says it's all about Buck's kid. The rest is conversation. He does say, yeah, you'll parachute out a rich man. Your father won't have to work another day in his life, right? So like this is also part of what's weird to some extent, right? What they make as kind of weird because the father's attachment to his work is about his dignity as a worker, right? This is again to get into kind of like the moral politics that they're putting out here. So, his dad wouldn't want whatever a couple million to just retire, right? Because of the morality of it, right? It's sort of or because it would make him feel useless or something like that is kind of implied. And anyways, he said he's like, when is it enough? He asks him. It's not a question of enough. It's a zero-sum game. Somebody wins, somebody loses. Money itself isn't lost or made. It's simply transferred from one perception to another, like magic. This painting here, I bought it 10 years ago for 60,000. I could sell it today for 600,000. The illusion has become real. The more real it becomes, the more desperate they want it. Capitalism at its finest, right? That's what he says.
Yeah. Yeah, like this is other part. I think it's right afterwards. Like the richest 1% of the
Yep.
country owns half of our country's wealth, $5 trillion. 1/3 of that comes from hard work. 2/3 comes from inheritance, interest on interest, accumulating to widows and idiot sons. And what I do, stock and real estate speculation. It's bullshit. You got 90% of American public out there with a little or no net worth. I create nothing. I own. We make the rules, pal. The news, war, peace, famine, upheaval, the price per paper clip. We pick that rabbit out of the hat while everybody sits out there wondering how the hell we did it. Now you're not naive enough to think we're living in a democracy, are you, buddy? It's the free market, and you are part of it. You've got that killer instinct. Stick around, pal. I've got a lot to teach you. So, and I'm curious your opinion on this. What I've always hated about this speech since I've gotten wise is people say, well, I know Gecko's a bad person, but he's correct. And I think it's like, actually, this is all obfuscation. Like some of it is correct, but the kind of framing of how you think about capital and capitalism and the relations that make wealth, it's fundamentally flubber. It's flubber, right? And Stone is doing a thing that the person who is the most villainous is actually the wisest. And I think that's another thing that makes Gecko redeemable, right? Is, yeah, I get that he's a little corrupted, but that's the world has corrupted him, right? He actually knows the truth. So it's like what is it? You get too close to the sun, you get burned kind of thing. Or like a Medusa kind of thing, right? You become the thing because you looked at the thing and you tested fate or the devil type of thing, very Greek mythology-esque kind of thinking, right? Because the thing about it is, like, I mean, we could go through it or in little pieces parts of it, but it's fundamentally from a framework obfuscation of the core issues of it all, right? He says it's bullshit. Actually, yes, that's probably the most accurate thing that he says. What you're saying also is bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a lot that you raise there. I mean, one, the stuff. It is true that the what Gecko does is also bullshit. It is also fictitious capital, right?
It's
It
all
is like,
fictitious capital, 100%. Yeah.
It's all speculation. It's all placing bets basically that are not bets because they're sure things, and it's a grift essentially, right? That he has that he's able to do in this way. I agree that him laying out basically the Occupy movement's analysis of capital, right? Um, is what makes people like this film, right? Because he does name these basic things that we know, which is the 99 and the 1% and all of that, right? Um, but yes, I mean, there's plenty of people who have talked about also how that analysis is not adequate, right? Because it's not actually dealing with who owns the means of production, where's the labor most exploited, like what unequal exchange, like there's so much that's missing from that analysis. It also doesn't have an analysis of workers at all in like what he says and the creation of wealth, surplus value extraction or any of that. What were you gonna say?
Well, I mean, he says it's like the opening line is like he gives himself away. The richest 1% of this country own half of our country's wealth, $5 trillion. 1/3 of that comes from hard work. Wait. You're equating the people who actually own shit, a 1/3 of that 1% hard work?
Right.
That's the bullshit right there. You already told her yourself. That's your John Hope Bryant moment. That's where
Yeah.
you become John O'Brien. This idea that there's any part of them doing hard work, and also there's the mythology of hard work is also like the bullshit, and Bud also buys into it. But that's like the key part that like fucks it all, because then when he gets into things that are actually true, it all kind of rubbers back to that, and that's kind of. I think that's really what Stone's whole thing is. It's like capitalism can be hard work, and it probably brings the best out of you in terms of hard work. But the geckos, his big issue is this part. I create nothing, right? Doesn't he say that as like a line? Like he doesn't
Yeah.
create anything. And the thing is, I actually get into a little bit of like discussions with people I know on the left who I don't think have a really good economic analysis, who get overhyped on the kind of, I get the whole like the creation of nothing thing, and I get it, but they think that's the primary issue with capitalism is now that we have so much fictitious capital. And no, I mean, capitalism would be a problem without, the high level that it relies on fictitious capital. We have fictitious capital because of the stage of capitalism that we're in. That's the issue.
For sure. I mean, but I think the thing is that there's certain aspects of what he's saying, and this is the case with the greed is good speech too. Like he's certainly representing a lot of dominant ideology within the 80s. Um, but like he's saying things like we make the rules, pal, the news, war, famine, or peace, famine, upheaval, the price of a paperclip. I mean, in a certain way, there is a description here of the control that the capitalists have, right? And that imperialism comes from them, and all of these things. And I think that it's a really important to sort of sit with, like, as a director and a writer, to put these speeches in Gordon Gekko's mouth, right? And not in any other character. Like it doesn't come through the old stockbroker who's his
Yeah,
mentor, who's
Holbrook doesn't
supposed
say this.
yeah, it's not Holbrook, right? It's not his father, right, who has the union politics or something like that, right? His father just says, "Oh yeah, rich versus poor. It's been that way since Egypt, but they didn't have unions." Like so.
I'm gonna say that at my next union meeting.
I can't even say these lines with a straight face, man. Um, so yeah, I mean, I think it's the gravitational pull of this entire movie is Gordon Gekko, and he is also a person that even though he says these, like, I don't even know how to, it's like bumper stickers for like, you know, Tucker Carlson or something like that. Like, I don't know. Like it's these little like I'm talking about like the greed is good speech. It clarifies like all this kind of stuff. It's like it's these very vapid, like he's even taking something that's real that
Yeah.
other dude said, that and then like adapting it and changing it and like really I mean, I was going to say heightening the contradictions of it, but just like taking it to the extreme is more appropriate way to say it. And so, yeah, I mean, it's like people are drawn to this. It's also like the idea of the truth teller, I think. You know, this idea of like it's kind of like the Trump thing to some extent, which is hilarious because of course he's like such a liar. But
Yeah.
people actually, you will hear people say, well, like Trump's he's an honest person. He'll just lay it out there. He'll just say it, right? And this has a certain allure to people that is promoted very much within our media landscape and so on of yeah, he's just telling it like it is. Like you're mad at him because he leans into what the system is saying you should do and just goes with it, right? He actually follows it to its logical conclusions.
Yeah. No, because there is like, I don't know. This has always been my challenge with like this section of the left that is just anti-capitalist. And that's where it kind of like ends. Because then things like the Gordon Gekko speech are the things that they kind of like parrot, right? They just do a kind of, I'm anti-capitalist, and you kind of go into, and it becomes like a nihilism politics or like an anti-politics, really, right? It's like everything is just like the negatives of capitalism, and I do this thing, right? And that's it, right? And I think it doesn't make you really think about structural relations, just maybe like the qualitative nature of it, and like you definitely notice the immiseration and the various levels of degradation and destruction, but that's all you kind of notice are those things. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
and I mean it's the part at the end now you're not naive enough to think we're living in a democracy, are you, buddy?
People
It's the
love
free
that
market.
line.
Yeah.
People
Yeah.
love that line. You love it. Like my dad, he would salivate over that line. Like, yeah. And I'm like, you know, like
There's
whatever.
also a thing with Stone, right? Of just like he has enough of like a critique that it's people aren't used to it in Hollywood movies, right? Of
Hmm.
you being able to like kind of like look at these things more like Platoon is another great, you know, we did that episode with Brooke, like it's
Yeah.
another great example of like this kind of limited critique, and you can pull in pieces that everybody kind of knows but nobody says, and when you just name them then people are like, oh, like it actually says the thing, right? And so then people are like, oh, it's a great
Yeah.
movie, right? And then just like let go of the fact that all the other shit that the movie is doing is actually
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah. I think someone in the chat says something about that, like the Stone is like, the precursor for like people who are like, everything's a deep state type shit, like, and I'm like,
Oh yeah, I
that's
mean
real.
JFK, absolutely,
JFK
yeah.
is just like is like the deep state, Nixon and you know, fucking even the Doors, man. What if the deep state got Jim Morrison, man? Like, oh man, it's just, but yeah. Anyway, keeping it moving. So yeah, so now Bud is depressed. He's in his crib eating too much pizza. I find his depression scene so poorly done. He's like in his crib with a big box of pizza, and then Daryl, a Darian, she comes over with like the paper bag. Probably just came from Fairway or one of the nice the little stores, the D'Agostino's or something. She has her French bread popping out, and he's depressed. And then they get into. He basically tells her that Gordon basically screwed him, and that yeah, he's a dummy and all that type of stuff. And she, it's weird. I mean, like, it's also just really bad writing. Um, she kind of tries to accuse him of. They basically go through a kind of accusation back and forth of like who is the real kind of like bloodsucker, because he tries to basically implicate to her that she essentially is a tainted person through her relationship, whatever levels, with Gecko, and she's part of this like kind of like reptilian kind of class of people. I'm using the word reptilian, right? While she says, "Well, you went after Gecko like you went after me," basically kind of trying to implicate Bud. And this is like, I don't know. This is Stone's him trying to do his real deep, I guess, structural analysis of social relations in this area, and it's not very deep, and it doesn't have a lot of you know, legs to it. I don't know if there's anything other things in there.
No, I'm curious in the film, like at what point, um, within the initial version that Bud Fox was supposed to have the affair with Stone's wife. I mean, not Stone's wife, Gecko's wife.
It goes what structurally, I don't see where it would even fit.
Yeah, I don't know. I wondered if it was like after this breakup or whatever. I'm not sure, but they cut all that out. But yeah, I mean, it's silly. I mean, this is like Stone is also very. It's very easy to see where certain things are going within his
Yeah,
movies as you're watching them, right? Like, and it was very easy all along to see like their relationship is not going to work because she's also with Gecko, and the reason that she's connected to all of this is for the capital and the relationships and stuff like that, and so she's gonna prioritize that over Bud. And so yeah, that's what happens. And the next day is when he finds he's going to look for his dad. Like he gets an idea. Does he
yeah.
wake up in the middle of the night with the idea? I can't remember that part, but
Well, I think
um
doesn't he sell the apartment? No, his dad gets sick.
we're right.
Isn't
That's
that
what I'm saying.
first?
He goes to look for his dad, and
Oh,
then he finds out that his dad is sick because he has the
yeah.
idea to pitch all the unions
Yep.
because he I can't remember, but something triggers him to get the idea
I can't remember that
to
either.
to
I
to
I remember
go to the other to go to the British guy, Sir
yeah,
Lawrence,
yeah,
and so he's like, we're gonna screw Gordon on this deal, basically, and that's how I'm gonna save this thing. But he needs the unions to buy in so that he can get a sweet deal for Sir Lawrence, basically. And that's when he reaches out to his dad, or tries to, and finds out his dad's had a heart attack and
yeah, yeah. He
produces
goes to
another
work. He
terrible
goes to
scene.
work, and they tell him that they've been trying to. He's been gone for like 2 days, and they tell him like you gotta like go back, and and then like he goes back. He's now you know goes to his dad, and it's just like the classic bad melodrama scene of Dad.
You've
I'm
you've
going
got
to.
me smoking now. Isn't he smoking in the hospital room, by
I
the
think
way, as
so.
his dad's dying? I
So
mean, like,
80s. It's very 80s. It's very 80s, right? Yeah, the movie really like I mean to kind of comment on it, it kind of just like ball rolls to an end. It's really bad. It's like a big like rolling thing of just like, accumulating more and more girth. Um, you know,
it's also
and then
why I wondered of the placement of the deleted scenes, because it does feel like they just
yeah.
like get to this point and they're like, shit, we're out of time. We got to end this thing in like 7
Yeah.
minutes. So they just go
Or
through it.
even maybe they didn't even like shoot some of it. Maybe they just sort of like we're gonna cut this in the script and this what is this what you get, right? So yeah, he goes to the union people, and he tells them basically like he hatches a plan essentially to do a backdoor kind of thing, similar to what he already did with Gecko to Sir Lawrence. Similar, not the same, but he'll do it now with Sir Lawrence in connection with the union heads and everything, and they're gonna basically get Gordon, um, and get him to sell it, pretty much to get all the shares back through Sir
I
Lawrence.
get this is in the hospital. It says, I guess I never told you, but I love you, Dad. I love you so much. And then he breaks down crying. Sorry, I can't cry
Yeah,
on the spot like that. He said, you're the only honest man I know. And then he's like, yeah, he says, I need to speak with the union members. Let me do it. I'll use your words, not mine.
yeah. Yeah, and then you get like this big like cross-cutting sequence of basically like Bud using his homies at the stock room to like, get their friends to buy stock, and it's this it's very Trading Places. We probably watched Trading Places actually to get to like buy, and it's all the buying and selling stuff. kind of similar
It's
to that.
Yeah, it's the opposite. So he gets
What's the
them
opposite?
all he gets them all to sell because the idea is like Gordon owns this. He now is the primary owns most shares. So they want to drive the price way down and he's like if we can get it to this, then he convinces Terrence Stamp's character Sir Lawrence like you buy it this, you'll buy it at 18 if I can get, and this is the key part. He's like, I get all the union members to take this salary cut and a bunch of other shit. But it's like basically he's going to restructure all the union contracts so that then Sir Lawrence can buy this like fucking neoliberal, like he's going to buy Southwest Airlines or something, like and so he's getting the guys, other folks to like sell the thing, shorts basically reduce the price, and then um, the key is that they'll do the all the union folks will go when it's down to like I can't remember the number. I think it's at $18 or $19 a share or something like that.
It's like
That
16. I
then
think it's 16. I think it's pretty low. Yeah.
maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
That then they'll go into Gordon's office and tell Gordon Gekko that they're not going to take any concessions that they had already agreed to with him and basically go fuck himself, basically. So all these things are happening and Gekko is like basically convinced, like, all right, we'll sell it. He had bought it. I think he had bought it at 16 or something like that initially. And I think he sells it at like, or he's going to sell it at like 18, and so he's like, "Oh well, we'll just make a couple of million." Is kind of the way that he approaches it, and get our money out because he thinks the whole thing's going belly up. Anyways, they drive the stock down. Then Lawrence buys it, and he sees on the nightly news that Sir Lawrence has bought the thing, and he realizes that he's been fucked. I also think like really difficult to believe film like build up that Gordon Gekko has no idea that Bud Fox is behind any of the things that are going on.
Yeah.
And so that's the other part is he's continuing to work with Bud as his broker through this deal after he's already had like all these like falling outs and everything
Yeah.
else. And he knows. And plus, I
But
think
he
Daryl
but he
Hannah's character would have ratted
underestimates
on him.
Bud. He underestimates Bud, bro. This is his fatal flaw. He underestimates Bud's cunning for the working class. It's bullshit. It's just stupid. No, it's just dumb.
So anyways, he said, yeah, so the union people say we're prepared. Sir Lawrence asked them, "You're prepared to make these large salary cuts?" And they're like, "We are, but we want a contract that's ironclad. You buy it, you can't break us up." Right? So that's the agreement.
And
So,
like, is this supposed to be a win?
well, that's the thing. Is it's sold as like a big win for the unions and they're all like happy about it, right? Cuz he's saving the company. But it's like you all are going to get paid less to do the same job.
So I hate to say something. I hate to say it. I'm gonna do it. Not in Stone's intention, but there is a way that this is accurate. That some unions would say this is win. I'm sorry. From my experience, and I've been in unions since I think I was a teenager when I joined the Screen Actors Guild. But like, there is a way that like, well, what they didn't do to us, we have to see as a win, even though, structurally, what you're getting, next isn't, really gonna raise with inflation or actually fill the gap of expropriation that you're already getting from the fucking capitalist ownership that's subjugating you. So there is a way. Stone is actually showing a real mentality, but he thinks it's a positive.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This is why the film is like not in any way radical, right? Because the conclusion is like that the win is that all the, all the fucking union workers get
Yeah.
their wages slashed and it gets bought up by a British billionaire.
Yeah. So yeah,
So
yeah, you get the so like I mean, have we gotten to the point where they basically get Gordon?
Yeah, so that's the next thing is they go into the office and he's really
Yeah.
excited, he's happy, and nobody's talking. It's like dead quiet. Like even Carolyn, the receptionist, who always has this like playful banter with him, she's not saying anything. None of the people, and he says like, did somebody die? And his buddy, the weirdo, I can't remember his name, but he's like, yeah, and they just leave it at that.
Yeah.
He starts walking back, and then the old man, is it Lou? Is that his name?
Yeah.
He says, Bud, I like you, but just remember something. Man looks in the abyss. There's nothing staring back at him. At that moment, man finds his character, and that is what keeps him out of the abyss. That's it.
This was Charlie Sheen's best acting moment. His response to the slide, he was like, I think I know what you mean. Because honestly, it doesn't mean anything. That was Charlie Sheen's best acting moment of his entire career because he was genuinely, yeah, I think I know what you mean, which also meant, no, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And then, yeah.
He goes into his office.
They're
SEC's
waiting
waiting
for him.
there. District attorney, all this other stuff. He says, he does have a funny line. He says, I guess you're not here to open a 401k.
And it's like right to the cop too. The cop just kind of there, just like, being super like just taking up space. The his boss is like, yeah, I always knew you'd be a a crook or something. I don't remember the exact line, but he pretty much contradicts what he said earlier. It's pretty really hilarious. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is that like the film does a really big, in doing it this way, they normalize laws, right? As like, I mean, essentially they're a necessary stabilizer, right? And because they make the Stockwatch character, he does not have an actual like character. He's like a functionary, right? So he just comes in there and he restores the order, right? So essentially, these kinds of like regulatory laws within capital law are like the good things that we have, and it normalizes it as like the relevant bumper, right? Which even then, and then you get after that, he does his perp walk,
And he cries again. Like, it's also just like it's impossible, I think, to feel any sort of like sympathy. And I mean, maybe that's intended with Bud Fox's character. Like he's just a pathetic figure, honestly.
Well, that was a thing in the 80s of, I remember like getting on the news and seeing Suits getting arrested. It became a really big thing. You would get like, and today, such and such from this company for embezzlement is taken out, and you see the picture. So it's like, I think it's trying to, invoke that stuff that people were seeing on like the nightly news and give like a narrative face to it, you know. Um, and then like, yeah, it goes from that to then a cut scene to basically, I think that's the Great Lawn. I think it's the Great Lawn where in Central Park, of the scene with Gecko and Fox, where Gecko basically beats his ass and tells him like, okay, wow, slick that you decided you wanted to basically like, fuck me over, but I tried, I was gonna be your dude and all that type of stuff, and you're a nobody. Literally beats his ass, gives him a couple of good like whips to the face, right? And then and then he leaves, but little does, and in that he admits a couple of like key things to like, that I gave you this information, I taught you how to do this. He pretty much implicates himself, which is important because Gecko essentially is being recorded. But is wired, which like, I don't think Gecko would have been that stupid. But anyway, because I also don't know with all how they set up. This is where it's unbelievable. with how they set up how much information is around, you trying to tell me Gecko does not have a mole who would tell him that Bud Fox got arrested? Like,
It's just not, none of it's, I also just don't believe so. Like, yeah, I mean, you go from there, right? Let's do the end and then we can just talk about this part. But like,
yeah,
you know, he you know, he has this little scene, right, where he's in with like the feds and they're like,
yeah.
okay, thank you, kind of thing. Then he's riding to the wrong district court, by the way, because he would have been going to federal court and he goes to state court, but like whatever.
That's a
um
good point. I totally forgot about. That's actually a really good point. Right,
um
100%. That's right.
but his dad is riding with him, and I mean, and this is just garbage too of um you know, basically he's like, you helped save the airline. This is his dad talking to him. So like now his dad's finally proud of him for basically the first time in his life, right? And he's like, Dad, I'm going to jail and you know it. And you know, so that's also funny, right? Because it's also like implies that he didn't have some sort of plea agreement either in getting the recording of Gecko.
Right.
But he said, yeah, well, maybe that's the price, son. Gonna be hard on you, that's for sure. But in some kind of screwed up way, it's the best thing that could have happened to you. He says, stop going for the easy buck and start producing something with your life. Create instead of living off the buying and selling of others. Right. And
So it's
then
the
it just ends
anti-salesman
like,
peach at the
yeah,
end
then it
of
just
it.
ends.
Yeah.
He goes into the courtroom and you don't know what happens. I will say I don't buy. I mean, I don't even remember the sequel. Gecko probably does go to prison or whatever,
Yeah, for
but
like
they don't
years, and for
actually.
like 10 years in the movie. It makes no fucking sense.
But this movie comes out in 87. You don't get the sequel until what, 2015, 20, something like that.
It's like
I don't
right
know the
after.
exact year.
It's like right after. It's like a couple years after Occupy.
Okay, yeah, around then. Um, so I mean, like we grew up our whole lives with this movie just as a standalone thing. I mean, the folks that grew up in these generations, and I think it is very important to the film and to the. You never see a perp walk for Gordon Gecko. You never see. So it's like I always read it as just because you got him on tape. Look, he didn't say that much, and he's got the best fucking lawyers in the world. Like he's
Right.
probably not seeing a day in prison, you know.
Well, that's
And
what I've always thought too. That Bud is going to basically get destroyed in it. Like Gecko
yeah,
probably would get off pretty easily. Probably lose some money, and have to lay low for a while. But basically, Bud was probably going to jail. Like Gecko would probably put shit on Bud that Bud didn't even do. You know, which is probably what would happen. He's a button, you know.
yeah, and I mean, like I also kind of this was an earlier comment about sort of being under Gecko's umbrella, but when I read the SEC and Stockwatch and all these people showing up in his office, like I read it as like, oh, you fucked Gordon Gecko, now he dropped the dime on you. Like you're like he's now cutting you loose,
Right.
you know, to these folks because they already had you sign those agreements that these were your own deals and everything else, and like you fucked me, like, you know. And I know they don't set any of that up, but I'm just saying, like, even like barbershop talk kind of conversations around these movies and things like this, like there's no reason that you walk out of this movie thinking like, oh, Gordon Gecko did all this shit and yeah, he got the full force of the state. There's no Scarface scene. There's no end of the movie scene. I mean, and
No.
that didn't hurt Scarface's fucking popularity either. But
Well, because he's
you
such a
know,
fucking badass in that movie. He'll be at the end of that shit, you know.
could you imagine alternate version? Fucking Gordon Gecko with the German Luger 45. There's 6 of these in the world. Like,
Sir Lawrence comes after him. Yo, someone needs to do an AI video of that. Give like a bunch of Brits coming into Gordon Gecko's Upper East Side home. No, coming into the beach home. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, that I remember when I saw the movie later in life, That's kind of how I just read it that no matter what's going to happen with Gecko, it won't be that severe, and that Bud was going to get like railroaded in like the biggest way. And then at the end of the day, like that's just Prince of Darkness shit, right? Like when you're it's Michael Corleone, right? It's what's attractive, to him. Like he in at the end of 2, you know, he yes, he has to kill his brother. That's like his loss, is killing his brother, but he's able to eliminate all the 5 families and sell his stake, and he's basically beat everybody. In the end of the day, Gecko does win in this because you said you never see a perp walk. He doesn't have to walk up anywhere, right? And Bud is kind of left hung out to dry. And I think they made the sequel largely because they did not want Gecko to be a hero, right? Though they don't want to admit that they were fascinated by Gecko, so they manufactured all this shit for the sequel about he was in for all these years and his estranged daughter, yada yada yada, which is just stupid. I saw the movie, it barely registers in my memory. It was so bad.
I don't even. Yeah, I saw it too in the theaters, and I don't fucking remember it. Like,
it was a
it's not
terrible
memorable
fucking
to me.
movie. It's so stupid. It's just so unnecessary.
Yeah, I mean, and look, like, we're relatively simple people in a lot of ways. Bud Fox is supposed to be the hero. He's a snitch who convinced labor unions to take pay cuts and a neoliberal restructure, right? And like, this is like, that's your hero, right? Like, you're choosing
old British capital to old British capital.
Yeah, choose your fighter. Like, people are gonna pick Gordon Gekko, and I do have to say also that if Oliver Stone's like 2 paradigmatic 80s villains are Gordon Gekko and Scarface, and everybody fell in love with both of them, like, either he's doing some really 7-dimensional chess, like, evil shit, or he's just a really fucking bad screenwriter who doesn't understand, like, how his ideas actually will resonate with people in the world.
I think we know which one is the answer. Yeah, but I think I think because they don't want to also admit that they're in love with these characters. Like, it's like the Clockwork Orange thing with Kubrick, right? Though I think Kubrick, though he would never really like do interviews, he probably could be more honest that he was in love with his main character there as well. He probably would have admitted on like a whatever he was, if he was a smoker or a drinker, whatever he did in a private moment, But Stone will never admit that he has this kind of affinity for this guy, and he sees him as someone to be reckoned with in a real way because there's like things about him that are so powerful, and it's bullshit. It's all made. The thing is, it's all made up. That's like the thing. It's like you're giving qualities to the capital to like these people that they don't have. They don't have these qualities.
It's also, though, if you want to create like a real fucking villain, like, there are ways to make people way less. You know what I mean? Like, like I just watched. So I watched the new He-Man movie. And Skeletor goes to the point to say, like, He-Man's constantly trying to redeem. Sorry, spoilers for if you haven't seen the new He-Man movie, you could exit now. Skeletor is going through this point because He-Man keeps trying to redeem him and say, like, on the inside there must be something positive about you. And He-Man's an HR worker in the new He-Man. It's pretty funny. And Skeletor's like, no, like, I have a skull for a fucking face. Like, I am evil. I am nothing. I am, which of course, like, in some level, they're making fun of themselves, right? The fact that in this cartoon universe,
Skeletor,
right, that the personification of evil is so obvious that like, no, it's not redeemable. It's just pure evil, right?
That's funny.
but I use it as the point to say that there are plenty of ways that if Stone actually wanted to, that he could make a character in, you know, Michael Douglas's character here, or Tony Montana, right, that would seem actually irredeemable to the audience. But instead he makes them quite sympathetic, I think, in a lot
Yeah.
of ways.
But that is so I made this critique on my Patreon recently. It was about Common's comments about George Bush, and people might have seen that. And what I said was not so much on his comments on George Bush, what kind of leads it to him. There's a kind of ethos that's developed in Western literature, in kind of like modernist, you would say, like, I mean, you could say from Shakespeare on, honestly, but it's part of the Western tradition that you must humanize the villain because there's no truth without humanization. Now, look, I would say in a macro, I could agree with that, but
Same.
what humanization means is empathy. That you need to and Common literally, I know, I think it's the interviewer who says it's a Common, and Common agrees that empathy is the key element to creating elevated works of drama. That you and that you are an elevated human if you find empathy in each human, including George Bush. If you can look past his genocidal imperialist, we can just add the list of things. You've now reached an elevated level of humanity. And this is what Western drama provides audiences. God bless Bertolt Brecht. Actually, I wouldn't say God bless, because he would be like, why are you blessing me with God? I'm an atheist. But Brecht rejected that. And he said that was bullshit. And that largely comes from people like Stanislavski, who the Marxists didn't like. But we get into that another day. And I actually get into my Patreon. So yeah, I mean, that's part of it. And like the gecko thing comes from that. This humanization practice, right? Right. Even like it's like one small scene, like the small scene where Tony goes, "Oh, I fucked up." Right. And the no woman, no kids. It gives him a humanization. So suddenly he's allowed to kind of have a human kind of like, you actually don't need that shit. He's just a shit. He's just a shit.
All right, man. I think we could probably wrap this one up.
Fuck this movie. All movies about this shit are really bad. Though it'll be interesting to do Glengarry Glen Ross. Because I do think it's Mammoth's a conservative shit, and there's a lot of problems, but there's a really like he's smarter than Oliver Stone. He's smarter than Oliver Stone. But yeah.
All right. I don't think anything else. So on a purely I did find it kind of funny. Like the new He-Man movie was
it
was
try to be comedic?
Yeah. I mean, they do the whole thing because there's all the names of the He-Man characters. I mean, obviously fucking He-Man, right? But then you have Skeletor, you
Man
have
of Arms, right?
Man at Arms.
Man Arms.
And then there's which one of them? There's like Lockjaw, I think, or Trapjaw, something like that. And then there's Fistove, right? And yeah, so they have a lot of fun with all of it, and they find ways, I think, to make it. Obviously, it's designed for our generation, right? And then obviously to try to get us to take our kids to it, and you know, it was funny. I mean, my reactions of both of my kids were, that was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. And I would say that was generally my reaction to. It's better than the 80s Masters of the Universe movie, which
the canon movie. That movie's really bad.
I rewatched it recently and I was like, holy shit. Like, I don't even know if we could do it on here, like maybe a Patreon exclusive at some point. It's so it's so bad. Like even the music of it, like they just took like Star Wars and like rework it.
It's really a
Like
bad movie.
everything.
We knew
It's
it
so
was
bad.
bad back then. We were kids like,
Yeah.
the fuck
No,
is
we were like,
this?
we were like, this sucks, man. I love He-Man. Why'd they
I
do
love
this? Why'd they
He-Man.
do
This
his movies
movie's
like
trash. Frank Langella, yeah, and he comes, his head comes out the water at the end. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah.
All right.
All right.
So we'll be back next week. Yeah, check out we'll get you details on that.
Yeah.
Soon.
Yeah.
All right. Peace, everybody.
Peace.